Chapter 390. And it was because of White Tiger's resistance that Ziyue's divine rays of obliteration could be fully unleashed. The timely feedback allowed his understanding and insights of the divine power to rapidly improve. Uninitiated 30%, uninitiated 35%, uninitiated 40%. To him, White Tiger was the best sparring partner. It constantly pushed the cultivation of his divine power forward. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, several minutes had passed. How was this possible? Even I would not be able to withstand the use of so many Dharma spells. How can a cultivator at the Aperture Awakening realm do it? White Tiger, who was initially barely holding on and hoping that Ziyue would be drained of his essence energy to counterattack, gradually turned flustered. Even if the strength of his opponent's attacks were not high, his defensive techniques were enough to withstand them. However, the continuous attacks and the fact that he maintained his defensive demonic technique drained him of his essence energy. Furthermore, the occasional attacks made him unable to withstand it. I'll let you off this time. I won't let you off the next time. Unable to hit him and having to lift him up, White Tiger finally gave up on Yufeng. With a loud roar, he turned and fled. It wasn't easy to find a sparring partner that can withstand a beating. Finally, my divine rays of obliteration's cultivation speed has increased rapidly. You want to leave now? No way. Ziyue's calm eyes flashed a look of anger. He raised his foot and took a step forward. Shua! He quickly chased after him. Immediately following that, a blob of divine rays of obliteration flew out. Chi! 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 The divine rays of obliteration rapidly drained White Tiger's sanguine defense, causing it to falter. What do you want? White Tiger wailed as he tried his best to escape. However, there was no way for him to escape. Ziyue did not answer as he blasted out beam after beam of divine rays of obliteration. I'll fight it out with you. White Tiger roared and quickly counterattacked. Then, he let out a mighty tiger roar, summoning the surrounding fey beasts to surround Ziyue. Ziyue retreated, but his actions did not stop. Intense spiritual light flashed as the numerous demons that were loitering in the surroundings finally charged forward out of their instinctive fear of White Tiger. However, there were even more greater demons who were carefully hiding in the surroundings with flickering eyes. They could sense White Tiger's helplessness and knew that the human had the upper hand in the battle. Immediately, their thoughts began to stir. Ziyue circled the battlefield with ease. From time to time, he would strike out with his palm to kill the demons that came too close. Beams of divine light of obliteration would always strike White Tiger's body. How was that possible? Don't you need to consume your elemental energy? White Tiger roared in horror. His mind was shaken, and he was on the brink of a mental breakdown. My elemental force is unlimited, Ziyue replied coldly. His eyes shimmered as he carefully observed the various changes that occurred when the divine light of obliteration clashed with White Tiger's defensive halo. His understanding of the divine light of obliteration also deepened bit by bit. Then, according to his own understanding and comprehension, he slowly improved the method of using the divine light of annihilation. Suddenly, the power of the annihilation divine light also increased gradually. That's impossible. That's impossible. Among the human cultivators I know, not to mention the enlightened immortal masters, even the deity realm experts have a limited source of power. For you to cast such a powerful Dharma spell, it would already be considered powerful if you can cast it more than 10 times. To continue casting it, you have to use a desperate method, burn your psyche, and sacrifice your life? Why did your offensive strength increase? White Tiger's worldview was turned upside down as his mind exploded. He completely broke down. All he could do was let out a series of ghostly wails as he desperately fled. He wanted to escape to the 100,000 mountains that was separated by a river. He had always believed that he could live a carefree life in this place, far better than the 100,000 mountains where numerous demon monarchs resided. But at that moment, he was completely flustered as he felt despair. What was originally a short distance now looked like a natural chasm that was impossible to cross. Ziyue cast length contraction and followed him like a shadow. He maintained a safe distance as he constantly cast beams of divine light of obliteration. 15, 20, 25, poof. Finally, White Tiger's demon essence was exhausted, and he could not maintain the defensive spiritual light. Ziyue stretched out his hand again. A ball of spiritual light brewed. Surrender, surrender. I'm willing to surrender and become your demon pet for you to command. White Tiger wailed as he cried out in pain and despair. For a god realm demon monarch, it was absolutely humiliating to surrender to a human cultivator, especially one whose strength was only at the aperture in lightning realm. However, if he did not surrender, he would die. He did not want to die. It was not easy to become a demon monarch. How could one die? After weighing the pros and cons, he could only choose to surrender. Ziyue was slightly stunned. He had never thought of subduing this tiger demon. Ordinary beast taming methods couldn't subdue this tiger demon, whose strength had reached the early stage of the divine realm and was still at the first level. Even if it chose to submit at this time, once there was no way to subdue it, it would inevitably choose to counterattack after it recovered. At that time, if he was not prepared, it would be very dangerous. However, if I choose to subdue this white tiger demon, the benefits are also great. Not only is it equivalent to having a helper with the strength of the early stage of the god realm, but it can also be used as a sparring partner to quickly improve the progress of my divine sense cultivation. The benefits are great. Moreover, it's not like I don't have a way to counterbalance it. Ziyue pondered for a while and quickly reacted. He said directly, "In that case, don't resist." As he said that, he waved his hand and a bronze ring quickly rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the bronze ring rapidly expanded and hung over the white tiger demon's head. White tiger demon's eyes flickered. He could feel the function of Ziyue's spiritual weapon. It should be mainly used to trap the enemy and could seal his demon chi. However, his demon chi was insufficient now, so it did not make much of a difference whether it was sealed or not. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he chose not to resist. Otherwise, with only a supreme-grade spiritual weapon, even if his combat strength was less than 10%, it could not trap him. The beast-trapping hoop landed on White Tiger's head, sealing his demonic essence seal and locking him in place. Then, with a thought, Ziyue summoned a golden pagoda. Demon Subduing Pagoda. The Demon Subduing Pagoda soared into the sky, and a ball of golden light rushed out and fell on the white tiger demon's body. What is this? No. The white tiger demon suddenly panicked and had a bad premonition. It had originally thought that Ziyue would use the beast taming technique to subdue it. It was confident that with its realm that was far superior to Ziyue's, even if it was subdued temporarily, it would be able to find an opportunity to break the beast taming technique and escape in the future. However, the moment the demon subduing pagoda rushed out, he knew that he had miscalculated. He hurriedly tried his best to resist. The beast-trapping ring on his head immediately vibrated as if it was about to be torn apart. You still want to go back on your words? It's too late. Ziyue's expression did not change. His immortal martial elemental force kept gushing out. The demon subduing pagoda's golden light quickly enveloped the white tiger demon. Under the strong suction force, the white tiger demon howled and turned into a stream of light that was quickly sucked into the pagoda. With a slight wave, the demon subduing pagoda fell into his hand. The demon subduing pagoda is a natural restraint against demonic beasts. It can also enslave and control demonic beasts that are sucked into the demon subduing pagoda without worrying about backlash. Even if this white tiger demon's strength has reached the early stage of the god realm, as long as it is in the demon subduing pagoda, it will be difficult for it to escape. Next, I just need to continue supplying elemental force to activate the demon subduing pagoda and plant an enslavement brand in its soul. Once the brand is planted, its life and death will be completely under my control. It will not be able to resist at all. Previously, it took me an hour to enslave the blue-eyed silver wolf king at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. This white tiger demon's strength has reached the early stage of the god realm, far stronger than the silver wolf king. I estimate that I will need an entire day to plant an enslavement brand and control it. Azua thought to himself. He hung the demon subduing pagoda on his waist. As the immortal martial elemental force in his body surged, he diverted a portion of his energy to activate the demon subduing pagoda and began refining it. Due to the continuous consumption of soul energy and the recovery of elemental force, the increase is not much. It has only increased from the original 6,200,000 to 6,900,000. On the other hand, the cultivation progress of the Annihilation Divine Ray has increased very quickly. It has now reached the uninitiated level of 67%. Indeed, with the feedback from the sparring partner, the progress is much faster than normal practice. Bai Ziyue glanced at the attribute panel with a satisfied look on his face. If it was not for the continuous training of the white tiger demon, the cultivation progress of this divine ability would probably only be half of what it was now. However, the reason why it is so smooth is mainly because my speed far exceeds the white tiger demon's. Ziyue knew very well that the reason why he could gain the upper hand against the white tiger demon and use it as a sparring partner was because of his speed. If he had not raised length to inch to the small success stage in advance, his speed at the entry level of length to inch would at best be on par with the white tiger demon. And with the combat strength that the white tiger demon had displayed, even if he could win, it would not be that easy. Not to mention constantly using the Annihilation Divine Ray to raise the cultivation progress of this divine ability. Therefore, I should continue maintaining it. Ziyue's mind stirred slightly as he immediately cast his gaze on the divine ability, length to inch. Spending 1998, 412 soul energy points to raise length to inch from the small success stage to the large success stage. From the entry level to the small success stage is 1,000,000 soul energy. From the small success stage to the large success stage is 2,000,000 soul energy. Then, from the large success stage to perfection stage, it would be 4,000,000 soul energy. And the amount of soul energy I have now is 6,900,000. That's enough. Ziyue had always been straightforward when doing things. Furthermore, he was still in the 10,000 demon forest. With the god realm white tiger subdued by him, he could do as he pleased in this place. There was definitely no shortage of soul energy, so he was extremely confident. His mind stirred slightly. Spending 400 million soul energy points to raise length to inch from the large success stage to perfection stage. Chapter 391. We finally arrive at the ancient desolate region. It's been 30 years, and I'm finally back. I'm very different now. Although it took me a long time, 20 days, and I've been attacked by the endless wind, I've finally arrived. A huge, majestic warship whistled through the layers of astral winds, rapidly advancing. On the warship, a dozen figures who were sitting with their legs crossed stood up and looked at the approaching land in the distance with excitement. As usual, we'll divide into two teams. One team will stay here and explore the astral wind canyon from the edge. The other team will go to the ancient desolate city in the ancient desolate region to preside over the disciple selection. Exploring the astral wind canyon is fraught with danger. Even I have the possibility of dying. However, because there are many immortal cultivation sects buried in the canyon, including a holy land of immortal cultivation, the Transcendent sect, which is not weaker than our Celestial Spirit sect, there is a high possibility of a great harvest. However, the disciple selection is also very important. It's a big deal that even the nascent soul realm patriarchs pay attention to. There can't be any mistakes. Once a peerless genius appears, the sect will reward him. So, Jin Heng, Zhao Ben, you two choose yourself to explore the astral wind canyon or preside over the disciple selection. Right at this moment, a round-faced old man with white eyebrows and a rosy complexion spoke. By the way, I have to remind you that once you choose to explore the astral wind canyon, you can't touch the reward for the disciple selection. Once you choose the disciple selection, don't be jealous of the rewards of the disciples who explore the astral wind canyon. Then, the round-faced elder said again, I choose to go to the astral wind canyon. There are many more experts in our area compared to here. The surrounding 800 miles have already been explored by others. Here, the strongest expert is only at the middle stage of the God realm. They can't take away the good stuff, so this is our chance. Zhao Bin did not hesitate at all and said straightforwardly, in that case, I'll choose to preside over the disciple selection. It's safer and more secure. Moreover, I can make contact with some of the potential disciples in advance. Maybe in the future, I'll come to ask for help. Am I right, junior brother Hua? Jin Hung thought for a while and then looked at an ordinary-looking young man below. Senior brother Jin, you must be joking. Compared with the previous generation of disciples, I'm nothing. The young man smiled humbly and said, Junior brother's performance after joining the sect is obvious to all of us. Not only would a celestial phenomenon appear when he broke through, but he would also attract the attention of primordial soul patriarchs. His future was limitless. I reckon that in less than 100 years, he will surpass me. Jin Hung said with admiration. The young man couldn't help but smirk and whisper, 30 years have passed. I wonder how extraordinary is doing. With his talent, I'm sure he'll be able to fight for the disciple position this time and reunite us father and son. The warship moved forward in the boundless astral winds. Soon, it charged out of the sea of clouds and officially arrived in the ancient desolate region. The warship stopped in one place for a moment, and then it soared into the sky again, tearing through the sky at a speed much faster than when it was in the sea of clouds. I didn't expect 2 days to pass so quickly. After 2 days of hard work, I still haven't mastered the divine light of annihilation. At the center of the forest of 10,000 demons, Ziwei stood tall with a regretful expression on his face. However, if it's really a harvest, it's definitely not a small one. It's even huge. Ziwei felt a little relieved. In the past 2 days, he had not only mastered the divine light of shrinking earth to inches, but also reached the great perfection realm. He had also subdued a god realm great demon and made it his subordinate. Thinking of this, with a thought, a golden pagoda rushed out. As the pagoda flashed, a huge white tiger rushed out from it. This huge white tiger was the king of the forest of 10,000 demons, the great demon white tiger of the early stage god realm. Master, the great demon white tiger looked at Ziwei with unwillingness and awe and said respectfully, Well, do you have a real name? Ziwei nodded slightly and asked casually, Little demon, Master, please give me a name. The great demon white tiger was about to answer when he suddenly said cleverly, In that case, I'll call you Hudali from now on. Ziwei nodded. The demon subduing pagoda flashed again and kept the great demon white tiger. He intended to use it as a secret trump card. At a critical moment, it might be of great use. In addition to these gains, my cultivation of the divine light of obliteration has improved a lot. Now, it has reached 91% of the divine light of obliteration. At most, I only need half a day of practice to reach the divine light of obliteration. Ziwei pondered silently. This rate of cultivation progress could not be said to be slow. Ordinary cultivators, even if they were deity realm experts, would need at least 2 months of hard work to cultivate a divine ability to a beginner's level. This was not because Ziwei's cultivation talent was better than others. It was because he did not have to worry about the consumption of his primordial energy when he was cultivating. Moreover, he happened to have a sparring partner who could completely resist the divine light of obliteration. The amount of time saved in between was enormous. In addition, the number of my lit acupoints has increased from 800 to 1,000. Since the number of acupoints in his body. Previously, when he was besieged by the great demon white tiger, he had lit up 100 acupoints. After subduing the great demon white tiger and accumulating a large amount of primordial energy, he lit up another 100 acupoints. Now, he had lit up 1,000 acupoints. 1,000 acupoints shone brightly and vibrated at the same time. Immediately, a surge of power was emitted. It greatly increased his strength, lighting up 1,000 acupoints at the aperture awakening realm. At least in the ancient desolate region, I have never heard of anyone who could do it. However, it was likely that there were also people in the outer regions who had such achievements. The number of acupoints they have lit up is even higher. All of a sudden, Baiziue recalled the map of acupoints that recorded 1,080 acupoints. He already knew that the heavenly acupoint map was obtained from an ancient relic in the Astral Wind Canyon by a senior cultivator of the Chaiyang sect. Since the appearance of the 9 heavenly acupoints map, it meant that someone had ignited the number of acupoints in their body to 1,800. Therefore, Baiziue quickly restrained the complacency in his heart. Compared to those true geniuses, he was still far from them. However, my primordial energy is now at 8,800,000 primordial energy. It is enough to light up the number of acupoints in the heavenly acupoint map and complete the heavenly acupoint map. Ziyue suddenly became excited. 1,080 acupoints could complete the heavenly acupoint map. Not only would it allow his celestial martial origin power to transform into the heavenly acupoint map, but it would also be able to evolve a heavenly acupoint defensive technique to automatically protect his body. It was equivalent to having an innate defensive technique. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. Consuming 4,800,000 primordial energy to light up 80 acupoints. Light them up. Ziyue took a deep breath and chose to light them up without hesitation. Buzz! In an instant, the 80 acupoints in his body shook at the same time and quickly opened up. Then, they were quickly filled with primordial energy and lit up one after another. 10 acupoints, 20 acupoints, 30 acupoints, 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. Soon, all 80 acupoints were lit up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Then, the moment all 80 acupoints were ignited, the 1,080 acupoints in Baiziyue's body suddenly shook violently. At the same time, the shining acupoints were like the sun, moon, and stars, emitting a dazzling light. It was also like a heavenly acupoint map with 1,080 formation plates was rapidly activated at this moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The surging celestial martial origin power boiled and rolled, as if it had been baked by the great Tao furnace and shined by the stars in the sky. It rapidly transformed. It turned into a special primordial energy that was brewing glazed golden liquid and emitted starlight. This special primordial energy was dazzling, beautiful, perfect, complete, and powerful. It was the heavenly acupoint map. Buzz. Then a layer of heavenly acupoint protective technique quickly rose and enveloped Ziyue like a sphere. Heavenly acupoint defensive technique. Heavenly acupoint protective technique. A hint of understanding flashed in Ziyue's eyes. After thinking for a while, a flying sword rushed out quickly with a thought. The flying sword spun, then turned into a sharp beam of light and shot over at a high speed. Boom! It slammed heavily into the heavenly acupoint protective technique. The heavenly acupoint protective technique's spiritual light turned slightly and evolved into a heavenly acupoint map. It easily deflected the attack. It's equivalent to the full force attack of a peak enlightening celestial master. As expected, it can't break this layer of defensive spiritual light. Ziyue repaired the heavenly acupoint protective technique. The flying sword flashed again and slammed down heavily. He increased the power of the flying sword's attack bit by bit, testing the limits of the heavenly acupoint protective technique. Boom, boom, boom. When he increased the power of the flying sword attack to the level of a deity realm expert, the heavenly acupoint protective technique finally broke and collapsed. With the transformation of my celestial martial origin energy into heavenly acupoint force, the power of my various divine senses has also increased. Now, when I use the flying sword together with the one sword to break all skills, I can exert a power comparable to the full force attack of an early divine realm expert. As for the power of the great immortal martial handprint, it was comparable to the all-out attack of a second-class early divine realm expert. In terms of defense, The heavenly protective technique could block an attack from an expert at the early stage of the divine realm, and the celestial martial glazed light could block an all-out attack from a second-class expert at the early stage of the divine realm. With the combination of these two techniques, even if it couldn't block an attack from a first-class expert at the early stage of the divine realm, it was enough to greatly increase my survivability. Moreover, I also have a divine sense that has reached the consummate level, distance shrinking. Ziyue soon had a clear judgment of his strength. Chapter 392. Ziyue's speed was very fast when he used the earth shrinking technique to perfection. It was so fast that even he couldn't tell what level of strength he was at. Therefore, Bai Ziyue revealed a satisfied expression. At the very least, he was already invincible in terms of innate talent. Even if he could not win, he could escape easily with his extreme speed. Furthermore, his own strength was not weak either. Also, after 2 days, I've also cultivated the great observation art to the beginner level. I still have 4 million spiritual energy left. That's enough. Ziyue glanced at the attribute panel again and tapped on the great observation art again. Consumed 139,568 spiritual energy to upgrade the great observation art to perfection. Upgrade. Ziyue pondered for a moment and chose to upgrade it. This spell was considered the strongest among the detection spells. When it was activated, it was silent and the spiritual energy waves were extremely weak. Unless the same detection spell was used, it would be extremely difficult to detect the spying of this spell. In many cases, it could play an unexpected role. As such, when he had sufficient spiritual energy, he took the opportunity to raise the level of this spell. In an instant, Ziyue's mind shook. Countless cultivation experiences related to the great observation art, the principle of the spell's operation, the spell's structure. They all flowed into his mind, allowing his understanding of this spell to reach an unprecedented peak. And it was as if he had really gone through countless days and nights of cultivation, diligently practicing this spell millions of times, directly raising it to the limit of what he could cultivate, the level of perfection. The great observation art has reached perfection. Ziyue's mind moved. As the power of the heavenly cycle fluctuated slightly, the great observation art was silently used by him. In an instant, within the entire 10,000 demon forest, all kinds of mixed auras and different types of monsters spread out. Their positions and strength levels were all under his detection. There was nowhere to hide. I thought that most of the monsters above the spirit-detecting realm in the entire 10,000 demon forest had been killed by me. I didn't expect there to be so many big monsters. Bai Ziyue's face revealed a hint of surprise. During this trip to the 10,000 demon forest, the number of spirit-detecting realm demons that had died at his hands definitely exceeded 100, and there were even more low-level demons. He'd originally thought that most of the greater demons had either died or fled. In the end, the number of greater demons that appeared within his perception now numbered in the dozens. Just as he was sighing with emotion, Ziyue's expression suddenly changed, and he looked over. Sizzle. In the distant horizon, a huge battleship that was hundreds of feet long and about 70 to 80 feet wide broke through the airwaves and whistled through the sound barrier. Then, it disappeared into the layers of clouds. Warship. Is this the warship of the celestial spirit sect? Ziyue was startled, but he quickly reacted. There were no warships in the entire ancient desolate region. There might have been some in the past, but it had been destroyed by the cataclysm more than 7,000 years ago. Now, this kind of warship that could carry dozens of experts and soar high in the clouds could only appear in the outer realms. Naturally, the identity of this warship was self-evident. It was the floating warship of the Celestial Spirit Sect. The experts of the Celestial Spirit Sect have arrived. The competition for the 12 places will begin soon. It seems that it's time for me to go back as soon as possible. Ziyue knew that before the disciples of the Celestial Spirit Sect selected the places, there would be a registration process for the bone examination. In fact, this was to prevent people who were over 50 years old from participating in the competition for the 12 places. Moreover, There was only 1 day to register for the bone examination. Once the time was over, the other party would not wait for him, and he would lose the opportunity to participate. Thus, he would lose the opportunity to step on the warship and go to the outer realms. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes and quickly took a step forward. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of more than 1,000 feet and appeared 500 meters away. After one step, another step. Ziyue used his divine ability to shrink the land into an inch and quickly rushed to the ancient desolate city. 2 days later, the ancient desolate city was much more lively than before. Not only were there more people gathered, moreover, the deity realm experts of various immortal cultivation sects had also arrived one after another. Zhaoyang Dao faction's sect master, Jinren Wanhong, Beixian faction's sect master, Jinren Meng Chuan, Jihua Immortal Palace's palace master, Jinren Yushu, Gu God sect master, Jinren Miao. There were more than 10 divine realm experts gathered in the ancient desolation city. The arrival of the celestial spirit sect's floating warship immediately attracted everyone's attention. Countless fiery gazes were directed at the floating warship outside the city. He was also guessing the number and strength of the heavenly spirit sect experts who had descended this time. Then, as the deity realm experts of the immortal cultivation sect stepped forward to welcome the disciples of the celestial spirit sect off the ship, the news of the experts quickly spread. The 7-star godly sword immortal Jinheng, the 3 immortals Zhong, the heaven, earth, spirit, and Su, the 3 immortals, the Mandarin duck divine saber immortal Tianqi. In the last generation's competition for the 12 places, the peerless genius, profound Shenghua, the immortal. There are a total of 7 God Realm Masters and 2 immortal masters at the peak of the Enlightenment Realm. However, why are there only 6 perfected deities and 2 immortal masters at the peak of the Enlightened Aperture stage? Who was the other person? Why didn't he appear? The other one is the strongest among them. I heard that he has reached the late stage of the deity realm. He alone can defeat all the experts in the entire ancient desolate realm. His name is Immortal Tianhe, and he is personally guarding the floating warship. He didn't appear. I heard that this is not their full strength. There are 9 deity realm experts who got off the warship at the entrance of the Astral Wind Canyon. Hiss! They're too strong. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed. Ziyue walked on the streets of the ancient desolate city with a dignified look on his face. Immortal Jinheng, who was at the peak of the middle stage of the deity realm, Immortal Su San, who was at the middle stage of the deity realm, and even Immortal Tianhe, who was at the late stage of the deity realm. Most importantly, Hua Wensheng had really come this time. Moreover, he had broken through to the deity realm and became an immortal at the early stage of the deity realm. Even though he had expected this and had made preparations to deal with it, when the other party really appeared, he still felt that it was a bit troublesome. I hope there won't be any unnecessary twists and turns. Otherwise, in his heart, Ziyue had already prepared for the worst. In a large hall, a group of people sat opposite each other. I didn't expect that you would have such an achievement in just 30 years. You have reached the deity realm and become an immortal at the same level as me. The sect master of the Gu God sect, Miao Dingjin, looked at Hua Wensheng and said with a little emotion, compared to the ancient desolate realm, the celestial spirit sect is located in a place with great talents and abundant resources. Naturally, the cultivation speed is much faster. It's a pity that I have wasted too much time here. I only set foot in the celestial spirit sect after 40 years of cultivation. The grade of the cultivation method I practiced is far inferior to the celestial spirit true skill of the celestial spirit sect. In the end, I had to break through to the deity realm after igniting 720 acupoints. If I could cultivate in the celestial spirit sect from a young age like the other brothers, I would have absolute confidence to break through to the deity realm with the strength of igniting 800 acupoints. Then my strength and potential would be far better than now. Hua Wensheng said with a little regret. Miao Dingjin smiled awkwardly and said unnaturally, Even so, I have already surpassed all the deity realm immortals in the ancient desolate realm. If I can break through to the deity realm with the strength of igniting 500 acupoints in the future, I will be very satisfied. The great elder of the Gu God sect, Miao Changchun, said respectfully, "What do you know? How can the outside world be compared to a barren place like the ancient desolate realm? The number of acupoints ignited is directly related to the strength and potential of a cultivator. If one's foundation is not strong enough, it will be many times more difficult to break through to the golden core realm and primordial spirit realm." Hua Wensheng snorted coldly, then frowned and looked at Miao Dingjin, asking, "By the way, where's my son Fan Fan? I haven't seen him for 30 years. With his talent and potential, he should be able to cultivate to the middle stage of the aperture opening realm, right? This time, I can lead him to the celestial spirits sect and cultivate together with me." This, Miao Dingjin and Miao Changchun's faces changed at the same time. "What's going on?" Hua Wensheng's heart sank, and he said in a low voice, "Speak." "Immortal Hua, you also know that our Gu God sect." Miao Changchun hesitated for a moment before explaining, but he was quickly interrupted by Hua Wensheng. "It's your Gu God sect. I have nothing to do with you." "Yes, it's our Gu God sect. Our Gu God sect and Jihua Immortal Palace have always been like fire and water. Some time ago, we found out that someone in the Jihua Immortal Palace was so talented that she could get one of the 12 spots without participating in the competition. So, we planned to lure her out and kill her first. But someone came out of nowhere and not only ruined our plan, but even Hua Fifan was killed by him." Miao Changchun carefully looked at Hua Wensheng and said with a nervous expression, "What?" Hua Wensheng roared and looked at Miao Dingjin coldly. "Is this how you take care of Fifan? This time, it's not Sect Master's fault. We didn't expect Ziyue to suddenly attack." As Miao Changchun spoke, he suddenly met Hua Wensheng's cold gaze and shuddered, not daring to speak again. "Ziyue? Who is he? Tell me in detail. Otherwise, do you think I won't dare to kill you?" Hua Wensheng released his aura and started bargaining. The temperature in the hall suddenly dropped. Even Miao Changchun, who had reached the peak of the aperture awakening realm, felt cold. Chapter 393. In fact, the sect master really cares about Martial Nephew Hua's safety. He even gave him the divine ability talisman. But that Ziyue just appeared out of nowhere. His strength is not weaker than a divine realm perfected being. Even if Martial Nephew Hua used the divine ability talisman, he couldn't do anything to him. When we reacted, Martial Nephew Hua was already dead. Miao Changchun wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and explained. "So, he's just an aperture enlightening realm cultivator?" Hua Wensheng asked coldly. "Yes," Miao Changchun whispered. "We suspect that this Yue is very likely to be the Kunlun Taoist who rose to fame some time ago. This Kunlun Taoist is said to be the second strongest immortal master under the divine realm in the past 300 years, after Luju Taoist. I wasn't there at the time, but we were indeed careless," Miao Dingjin said with guilt. "Comparable to Luju Taoist? Kunlun Taoist?" Hua Wensheng naturally knew Luju Taoist, but he had broken through to the divine realm and didn't care about this aperture enlightening realm cultivator. He just said indifferently, "No matter what his identity is, as long as he dies, he must die. Your Gu God sect is duty-bound this time. Find him and kill him. Don't worry, even if you don't say it, he won't be able to live because of this," Miao Dingjin said gloomily. "Immortal Master Bai, this is the sect master of our Chaoyang sect, perfected Wanhong." In the living room, the Chaoyang sect's grand elder, Zhuang Xinping, pointed at a middle-aged cultivator in a purple Taoist robe. He looked ordinary, but his aura was ethereal and restrained. "Ziyue greets the sect master." Ziyue cupped his fists and said, if it were before, he would be full of awe for divine realm experts like perfected Wanhong. However, as his strength increased, so did his confidence. Although he still didn't lose his respect, he definitely wouldn't be as reverent and fearful as an ordinary cultivator. Should I call you Immortal Master Bai or Kunlun Taoist? Taoist Master Wanhong looked at Ziyue with a complicated gaze. The first time he heard of the title of the Kunlun Taoist was 2 months ago. At that time, he was only shocked by the strength of this mysterious powerhouse. He was able to kill many elders of the Tao Realization Sect by himself and destroy the Tao Realization Sect, a great immortal method sect. The second time was when the Liujuet cave mansion was discovered by others. The method he used to escape from the hands of 2 deity realm masters had completely established his title as the strongest under the deity realm and invincible in the aperture opening realm. This was the third time. However, he did not expect that the Kunlun Taoist, whose name resounded throughout the entire cultivation world, was actually a disciple of their Chaoyang sect. Moreover, when they learned of the young man's true identity, they also learned that he had killed Hua Fifan, the true disciple of the Gu God sect's sect master. Of course, he was not afraid of the Gu God sect leader. However, Hua Fifan's identity as a disciple of Celestial Spirit sect and the son of Sage Hua gave him a headache. This was clearly a problem. I don't care. Immortal Bai can do it. So can the Kunlun Taoist. Ziyue replied casually. Well, Immortal Bai, I guess you also know that Hua Fifan's father, the talent of the previous generation of the Gu God sect, has returned with the Celestial Spirit sect's worship. Then I want to ask you, what do you think of Elder Zhuang's proposal? Immortal Wanhong nodded and then asked, give up the competition for the 12 places. Ziyue asked, yes, Sage Hua is narrow-minded and will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Even if you're a peerless talent, you will definitely occupy one of the 12 places or even the strongest one among the 12 places. However, he would never allow such a thing to happen. He would definitely kill you. Therefore, I also suggest that you give up this competition and return to the sect as soon as possible, relying on the protection of the array of the Chaoyang sect to escape the pursuit of Sage Hua. If you agree, I can promise you that I will do my best to cultivate you and step into the deity realm as soon as possible. If you're interested, I can even give you the position of sect master in the future. Immortal Wanhong said with a serious face. The growth and prosperity of a sect were indispensable to the growth and prosperity of a sect. In addition to the temptation of the deity elixir, the Celestial Spirit sect did not dare to resist under the deterrence of the deity elixir. It was really a last resort. However, Bai Ziyue was also a person with exceptional talent. Moreover, he had already proven his potential. Now that there was an opportunity, he would naturally try his best to let him stay in the Chaoyang sect to develop and strengthen the sect. Thank you for your kindness, sect master. However, even if I can't successfully obtain one of the 12 places, I can't stay here for too long. If it doesn't work, I will decide to take another path to the outer area. Ziyue shook his head and said, sure enough, the more talented a genius is, the more ambitious he is. After knowing that there is a wider world, no one is willing to continue to stay in this cage world. Even if it's me, isn't it the same? I'm a bit too hopeful. I only hope that if you succeed in the future, don't forget about the Chaoyang sect. Immortal Wanhong sighed with some loneliness. In the end, Yufeng gave up and continued to persuade him. Thank you for your understanding, sect master. Of course, please rest assured that as long as I'm alive, I will still be a member of the Chaoyang sect. This will never change. Ziyue was not someone who did not know how to repay kindness. If it wasn't for the Chaoyang sect's purple chi divine observation art, he would not have easily stepped into the ranks of immortal cultivation. Even if there were some difficulties in the middle, with the help of the Chaoyang sect's cultivation art and magic art, he solved countless problems and stabilized his growth step by step. It was a great help to his cultivation path. Naturally, he would remember it in his heart. In that case, I will not say anything more. I can only remind you to be careful. Although your strength is strong, compared to a true deity realm expert, you are still inferior. So if you find something wrong, quickly run away. In terms of speed, I have immortal Lu Ju's movement art, so I don't have to worry about you. In addition, there is one thing I have to say in advance. Once you have a conflict with Hua Wensheng, we will not intervene. not only to protect ourselves, but also because we are not strong enough. Because once we intervene, the other disciples of the Celestial Spirit sect will intervene. At that time, you'll be in more danger. Immortal Wanhong changed his tone and said with some guilt, I know. Ziyue nodded, naturally understanding this. The Chaoyang sect only had 2 deity realm experts, Immortal Wanhong and Grand Elder Qin Haoan. Even if they risked their lives, they would not be able to stop the other deity realm experts from the Celestial Spirit sect from intervening. Not intervening and not helping either side was the best choice. Whether it was for the Chaoyang sect or Ziyue, it was the same. The registration for the bone examination went smoothly. The 2 peak enlightening realm cultivators of the Celestial Spirit sect could easily find out whether the bone age of the cultivator was below 50 years old and what his cultivation talent was like. This mirror actually had the function of the spirit testing platform of the immortal cultivation sects. Ziyue stood under the bronze mirror and immediately felt a special spiritual light flashing in his body, which then went back into the mirror. In the mirror, 3 spiritual lights of water, fire, and would flash quickly. After the 3 spiritual lights flashed, a layer of light, cyan light, flashed. The 3 spiritual lights of water, fire, and would indicated that he had 3 spiritual roots. The light cyan light indicated that his bone age was below 25 years old. In addition to the light cyan, there were dark cyan, light red, and dark red, which respectively meant that he was below 50 years old, below 75 years old, and below 100 years old. As long as there was a red light, it naturally meant that he was not qualified to participate in the competition for the 12 places. Although the person recording the results was a little surprised by Ziyue's bone age, his talent of 3 spiritual roots obviously did not attract their attention. Therefore, he did not say much and just handed Ziyue a participation token according to the rules. Ziyue thanked him and reached out to take it. Sect Master, Perfected Hua, we found Ziyue. He actually dared to register to participate in the competition for the 12 spots this time. Just as Ziyue was about to register, a Gu God sect cultivator quickly returned to a hall and respectfully said to Miao Dingjin and Hua Wensheng, I thought he had already escaped. I didn't expect him to be so bold and reckless. Let's go. Lead the way. We will take his life today. Miao Dingjin was shocked and suddenly stood up. Because of Hua Fifan, staying beside Hua Wensheng was simply torture. Especially now that the Gu God sect did not have a disciple with potential to participate in the competition for the 12 places, his heart was gloomy. At this time, when he heard this, his killing intent soared to the sky, and he was a little impatient. Don't worry. Since he's registered to participate in the competition, then it's perfect. I'll kill him in front of everyone on the arena where my son died. I'll burn his bones and scatter his ashes, refine his soul, and light a lamp to comfort my son's soul in heaven. Hua Wenqing sneered and said coldly, Well, let him live for a few more hours. Miao Dingjin's heart turned cold, and he quickly nodded. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a huge golden light suddenly soared into the sky from afar. Following the flicker of the golden light, a series of loud noises that sounded like giant bells and drums could be heard. A cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root, born with a Taoist body. Sure enough, someone with such peerless talent has appeared. Who is it? Is it the disciple of Jiuhua Immortal Palace you mentioned before, Fan Xingyu? Hua Wenqing suddenly stood up and asked in shock. It should be her. Apart from her, there is no other person with such talent. Miao Dingjin nodded with an unsightly expression. However, before he could finish his words, a dazzling green light flashed by. Then a loud buzzing sound that sounded like a large bell and drum resounded throughout the entire ancient desolation city. Miao Dingjin's expression suddenly became extremely interesting, and he seemed to be a little dumbfounded. The second person with such peerless talent. Hua Wenqing's expression changed again, and without any hesitation, he immediately rushed to the arena to sign up. Miao Dingjin's heart was bitter. After hesitating for a moment, he flew up and chased after him. Chapter 394. After signing up, Ziyue immediately turned around, intending to leave and continue to practice the divine light of obliteration. When he was chatting with the sect master, Immortal Wan Tao, he naturally asked him about the confusion he encountered when he was practicing the divine light of obliteration. In any case, Immortal Wan Tao was also a God Realm expert who had started practicing the divine light of obliteration early. He had been immersed in this divine sense for a long time and had rich experience in cultivation. Although he had the property panel before he started, he was no different from other practitioners. He needed to cultivate step by step. The harvest was great. Not only were many of his doubts easily resolved, but he also understood the direction of cultivation of this divine ability. In addition, the other party had specially explained the cultivation experience, the structure analysis, and the transformation of the divine ability. In just a short period of time, the progress of his cultivation of this divine ability had soared again. Now, he had already reached the level of 97% uninitiated. Therefore, he naturally had to strike while the iron was hot and cultivated. After all, there were still a few hours before the competition for the 12 places officially began. However, at this moment, he saw Zhao Yu, who was led by Zhu Shuaizhen, coming over. Accompanying him were Zhong Yun, Tang Xianren, and the others. Obviously, with the arrival of the people from the Celestial Spirit sect, the registration for the battle for the 12 places began. Zhu Shuaizhen finally came out of the sealed place with Zhao Yu. Brother Bai. Seeing Ziyue, Zhao Yu's eyes lit up and quickly walked up. Immortal Bai. Greetings, Immortal Bai. Zhu Shuaizhen and others also hurriedly greeted him. You're here to sign up, right? Go ahead, Ziyue said with a smile. Yes, I risked my life to come to this ancient, desolate city for this moment. I don't want to continue to be on tenterhooks, so I quickly brought her out. Zhu Shuaizhen bowed slightly and said, Brother Bai, you will go out with me, right? Zhao Yu looked up, nervously holding Ziyue's hand, and asked, Don't worry, I will definitely go to the outer area. I will also go to the firmament territory where the Celestial Spirit sect is located. Ziyue did not answer directly, but just smiled and said, I'll wait for you then. Zhao Yu, who did not understand the meaning behind Ziyue's words. She only thought that Brother Bai would also go with them. A joyful smile bloomed on her little face, and only then did she follow Zhu Shuaizhen step by step, looking back as she walked towards the two heavenly spirit sect cultivators. What a coincidence! Ziyue raised his eyebrows and looked at the people from the Nine Radiance Celestial Palace in surprise. Fan Qingyu was also among them. Perhaps it was because of the previous ambush, but the Johua Immortal Palace's protection of Fan Qingyu had increased significantly. Other than a few cultivators at the peak of the Aperture Enlightening Realm protecting her, even the Deity Realm Spiritual Master, Fengxia Spiritual Master, walked by her side. Her eyes were as cold as lightning, and she looked like a person who didn't want to get close to her. Immortal Master Bai, you're here too. Fan Qingyu's face lit up, and she quickly walked over to greet him. That's right. Ziyue nodded and looked at Reverend Fengxia. Greetings, Reverend Fengxia, and all the fairies. Yes. Taoist Danxia nodded and didn't pay much attention to them. Instead, she reminded Fan Qingyu. Qingyu, let's go. Don't waste time. Immortal Master Bai, I heard that Sage Hua has returned and has broken through to the deity realm. You must be careful. If you really can't do it, you should give up. If you can, wait for me for 30 years. Next time, no matter the price, I'll definitely bring you out. Fan Qingyu ignored Taoist Danxia and said with a determined expression, Thank you for your kind intentions. However, 30 years is too long. I have to seize every moment. Even if it doesn't work here, I'll find a way out. Don't worry about me. Ziyue shook his head and said with bright eyes, As expected, I knew that with your ambition, you wouldn't choose to be trapped here. This is a map I obtained from the Palace Master of the Nine Radiance Celestial Palace. It contains information about the dangerous places that the disciples of the Nine Radiance Celestial Palace used to venture into the outer realm. Perhaps it will be of help to you. I've looked for you several times before, but you weren't there. I thought you might appear today. Fan Qingyu looked at Ziyue seriously. In the end, she sighed and handed a jade scroll to Ziyue. Qingyu, why aren't you leaving? Reverend Fengxia urged again. Thank you, Master Fan. Ziyue saw the persistence and stubbornness in Fan Qingyu's eyes and knew that this was her way of making up for it. He nodded and reached out to take it. I'll wait for you at the Celestial Spirit Sect. Fan Qingyu looked at him deeply before following Reverend Fengxia and the others to the two-peak enlightening realm cultivators of the Emerald Cloud Sect. At this moment, Zhao Yuer stood in front of the two Celestial Spirit Sect disciples. The bronze mirror in their hands lit up slightly, and a ray of light shone down. Buzz, 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 accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. A huge mass of golden light soared into the sky. Metal attribute, celestial spiritual root. Natural Taoist aptitude. The two shouted in surprise and hurriedly looked at Zhao Yuer with fiery eyes. Zhao Yuer shrank back in fear. The two's attitude suddenly became gentle, and they smiled. Don't be afraid. Then, they quickly took out a message talisman and sent the news of the appearance of a peerless genius to Reverend Jinheng, who was in charge of the disciple selection. Two immortal masters, please test my Qingyu as well. Her talent shouldn't be worse than this little girl's. Reverend Fengxia stepped forward and said with a smile. Is that so? The two were a little unhappy when they saw Reverend Fengxia coming to disturb them. But when they heard this, they were shocked and immediately agreed. The light from the bronze mirror quickly fell on Fan Qingyu's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost instantaneously, a loud rumbling sound similar to the one before rang out. But unlike Zhao Yuer, the light from the mirror was deep blue. A water attribute, celestial spiritual root, is also a natural Taoist aptitude. This time, the heavens are really blessing our celestial spirit sect. The two were ecstatic, and their breathing became rapid. They looked at Fan Qingyu and Zhao Yuer as if they were looking at a peerless treasure. It should be known that the Celestial Spirit Sect came to the ancient barren region to conduct the disciple selection once every 30 years. It was a matter that even the primordial soul realm patriarchs attached great importance to. Once such a peerless genius appeared, they would definitely be given a huge reward. The reward for discovering two peerless geniuses was definitely very generous. Naturally, it also made them excited and surprised. The appearance of two peerless geniuses quickly shocked countless people. Not only the God Realm experts of the major sects, but also the cultivators of the Celestial Spirit Sect all quickly arrived. Fan Qingyu of the Jiuhua Immortal Palace. Her talent is indeed peerless. No wonder the Gu God Sect schemed to kill her in advance. However, the other peerless genius was really surprising. Zhao Yu of the Chaoyang Sect? No one expected that such a peerless genius was hidden in the Chaoyang Sect. Indeed, there was no news at all before. However, this was normal as well. Any disciple with such natural talent would carefully conceal themselves as they were deeply afraid of being discovered and killed in advance. Even Fan Qingyu of the Jiuhua Immortal Palace, if the Gu God Sect didn't suddenly attack her and reveal her identity, who could really confirm her talent? Usually, it's already a shocking thing to have a peerless genius. I didn't expect that two of them came directly this time. However, in the case that they each occupy a place, there are only 10 places left. The competition is more fierce than usual. I just saw that Ziyue also signed up to participate in this competition. Is it too difficult for me? In the midst of the discussion, everyone looked at the two peerless geniuses who were surrounded by many God Realm experts with extremely complicated eyes. Some people who were also going to participate in the competition of the 12 places were extremely depressed. The 12 places were already scarce. Now that two of them were taken up, the hope of the remaining people was even slimmer. The fact that Ziyue was also going to participate in the competition made them even more desperate. In the previous battle, Ziyue's strength was too strong. It was beyond the limit of the young generation, and no one was sure that they could take one of the places from him. Of course, some people also knew that Hua Fifan, who was killed by Ziyue, was the son of Hua Wensheng, a god realm expert of the heavenly spirit sect. It could be said that the two sides were irreconcilable, and there must be a result. Whether he could get a place or not depended on Hua Wensheng. Seven-star legendary sword Immortal Jin Heng, Zhong Tianling, Tian Qi, the palace master of the Jiuhua Immortal Palace, Immortal Fengxia, Immortal Meng Chuan, the sect master of the Beixian sect. Yue silently looked at the god realm experts who appeared one after another and calmly sensed the strength of their auras. Even if he didn't use the great insight skill to explore, he could find a lot of information just by sensing their auras and perceive the strength of their realms. Among them, the strongest was Immortal Jin Heng, who was at the peak of the middle stage god realm, and then Immortal Su San, who was at the middle stage god realm. However, to his surprise, although Immortal Yu Shu, the palace master of the Jiuhua Immortal Palace, was weaker than Immortal Su San, who was also at the middle stage god realm. Then there was Immortal Tian Qi, the divine Mandarin Duck Saber. Although he was also in the early stage of the divine realm, the fierceness of his aura seemed to be stronger than that of Immortal Wan Tao, the sect master of the Chaoyang sect, who was also in the early stage of the divine realm, but whose real battle strength had reached the first class of the early stage of the divine realm. So, in fact, there is a stronger level above the early stage god realm, Ziyue thought to himself, and found it difficult to judge. After all, even if they were at the same level, if they didn't really fight, it was difficult for others to judge the strength of their opponents. Suddenly, Ziyue narrowed his eyes and saw a group of people coming from afar. Among them, he saw Miao Changchun, the Grand Elder of the Gu God sect, who he had met once. Chapter 395. In addition to Miao Changchun, the two divine realm experts with powerful auras also attracted his attention. Miao Dingjin, the sect leader of the Gu God sect, Hua Wensheng, a disciple of the celestial spirit sect. Almost immediately, Bai Ziyue guessed the identities of these two people. His heart trembled, and he tensed up slightly. At the same time that Bai Ziyue saw them, Miao Changchun's eyes swept over them, and his pupils constricted. He also saw Bai Ziyue. Sect leader, Immortal Hua, that man is Ziyue. Miao Changchun was slightly surprised and shouted quickly, Ziyue, kill an extraordinary person? Miao Dingjin and Hua Wensheng looked at Ziyue, following Miao Changchun's direction. Ziyue die. The moment he saw Bai Ziyue, the originally calm Hua Wensheng's eyes turned red, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. At this moment, he had already forgotten about his suggestion to kill Bai Ziyue in the arena. His aura instantly soared, and a black divine saber slashed down rapidly like a bolt from the blue. Sure enough, Ziyue was shocked. The power of the heavenly cycle in his body flowed quickly. His body moved, and in an instant, he moved more than 100 meters away. Rumble. In the earth-shattering sound, the earth shook. If it weren't for the protection of the array, it would have collapsed in an instant. However, under the powerful attack, more than 10 cultivators around Ziyue were quickly affected. 7 or 8 cultivators were killed on the spot, and the rest were seriously injured. At this moment, the power of a divine realm expert's attack was undoubtedly displayed. Oh no, run! The surrounding cultivators quickly fled into the distance. Die! The sect leader of the Gu God sect looked gloomy. A long spear was shot out like a flash of silver light. Miao Changchun and several other people of the Gu God sect immediately stepped forward and launched their own attacks. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted countless cultivators, including a group of deity realm experts. When Immortal Jin Heng saw Hua Wensheng's ferocious face, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's going on? Isn't junior brother Wensheng a reckless person?" It is said that before junior brother Wensheng joined the Celestial Spirit sect, he had a son here who was killed some time ago. He must be looking for that kid to avenge him. This person is stupid to dare to appear in the ancient Desolation City. Taoist Master Tian Qi smiled and explained with a calm tone. I see. Venerable Jin Hung nodded indifferently and looked at the battlefield with interest. He had no intention of stopping the fight. Venerable Fengxia's spiritual master stood among them. Although she was grateful to Bai Ziyue for saving Fan Qingyu, she had already expected this outcome. She did not want to cause a misunderstanding with the Celestial Spirit sect, so she did not want to intervene. This was also the reason why he had deliberately treated Bai Ziyue coldly. Immortal Wan Hong's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but hesitate. In his view, Ziyue's talent might not be as good as Fan Qingyu and Zhao Yuer, but he was definitely a person with great luck. Now that he was the strongest under the divine realm and invincible in the aperture opening realm, his future potential was bound to be limitless. Therefore, he wanted to protect Ziyue and build a supreme foundation for the Chaoyang sect in the next 100 years. However, when he felt a cold gaze coming from the eyes of Reverend Su San, a middle-stage God realm cultivator of the Celestial Spirit sect, he was shocked. He immediately calmed down and did not dare to move. The other divine realm experts just looked on coldly. They were very happy to see a cultivator with great potential fall from the Chaoyang sect. Rumble. Sure enough, the idea of using the Celestial Spirit sect to take a warship to the outer domain won't work. Ziyue glanced at the group of Celestial Spirit sect cultivators and sighed his heart, but he calmed down on the surface. I thought wrong. I shouldn't have been so lucky. It's fine now. He narrowed his eyes, lifted his foot, and took a step forward. Swoosh. He quickly disappeared on the spot. Divine sense distance shrinking. When he reappeared, Ziyue was already above Miao, Changchun, and the other disciples of the Gu-God sect. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped out fiercely. In an instant, a huge and clear palm print spread out continuously, almost covering the entire void, as if covering the sky and the sun, and fiercely smashed down. This is the face of immortal Meng Chuan, the sect leader of the Beixian sect, changed greatly. He had a deep impression of the familiar wave of the palm. He suddenly realized that Bai Ziyue was most likely the Kunlun Taoist who had snatched the god's striking ruler Dharma treasure and the divine skill inheritance from him in the 6 ultimate cave dwelling. Oh no! The sect leader of the Gu God sect, Miao Dingjin and Hua Wensheng, the 2 divine realm experts, were shocked at the same time. Even though the palm didn't hit them, they could clearly feel the horror of the palm. It was not inferior to the full-force attack of an early-stage divine realm expert. Almost at the same time, they stretched out their hands and slashed out 2 dazzling and cold sword rays that were filled with the aura of Gengjin. They turned into 2 golden ribbons and slashed down fiercely at Ziyue. Divine Sense, Gengjin Single Chi Sword. There were 2 of them. When the 2 golden Gung single aura swords slashed down, they were extremely fast and incomparably sharp. They contained an endless amount of sharpness, and even space itself seemed to be sliced apart, forming 2 pitch-black ripples. Ziyue pressed down with his hand, and the great immortal martial palm slammed down fiercely. It was like a huge mountain crushing down, causing the air to explode. Then, without looking at it, he lifted his foot and shot out like a bolt of lightning, covering 1,000 feet in one step. No, how could he be so strong? Miao Changchun and the others shouted. Suddenly, they realized that the power of Ziyue's palm was much stronger than it was a few days ago. They wanted to dodge, but they felt that as the palm fell, heaven and earth were crushed and the void was frozen. They hurriedly used all kinds of defensive means. However, the power of Ziyue's great immortal martial palm was now so strong that it was comparable to the full force attack of an early-stage divine realm cultivator. How could they, who were at the peak of the aperture in lightning realm, block it? When the palm fell, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. No matter what kind of defense or attack they used, they were all shattered the moment they faced the palm. Then, the remaining force of the palm fell on their bodies. Puff! They were all smashed into blood foam. Even the storage bags on their bodies couldn't withstand the terrifying power and burst open. Endless light shot out in all directions. Chi! Chi. At the same time, two Gongjin single chi swords slashed down and slashed on the ground, causing a deafening sound. However, he had already missed. How could it be? It's so fast. Miao Dingjin and Hua Wensheng were shocked. Junior brother Hua, do you need help? At this moment, Reverend Su San asked curiously. Oh no, it's time to leave. Ziyue was shocked. He glanced at Su San and the other divine realm experts coldly. He knew that there were many experts in the ancient Desolation City. If they attacked him together, he would be defeated even if he had the extreme speed of shrinking. He hurriedly lifted his foot and took a step forward. Swoosh! He quickly ran out of the city. We can't let him get away. Miao Dingjin roared. His heart was bleeding. Ziyue's palm not only killed the first, third, and fifth elders of the Gu God sect, but also killed several young cultivators of the Gu God sect. The Gu God sect suffered heavy losses, and their strength was greatly reduced. Stop him for me. Hua Wensheng chased after him and slashed with his black divine saber again. Taoist Master Su San also soared into the sky at the first moment. With a clang, a wave of spirit chi light quickly dispersed. Rumble. It was as if a layer of shackles had been added to the vast and mighty void, causing it to abruptly sink. Ziyue's speed suddenly decreased. However, shrinking was a divine power after all. When it was completed, his speed was extremely fast, and he quickly rushed out of the range of his opponent's attack. Kill. However, a few more deity realm experts dashed out immediately after that. These people included the two early divine realm cultivators from the Heavenly Spirit sect, the Nanman Kingdom's Imperial Preceptor, Reverend Tu Tian, and Reverend Yuan Hao, whom Bai Ziyue had met once before. The moment Bai Ziyue displayed the immortal martial handprint, not only did immortal Meng Chuan, the faction leader of Bei Xian faction, recognize the fact that he was the Kunlun Taoist, but immortal Yuan, who was also at the early stage of the God realm, also recognized him. The trip to the Six Extremes cave was a humiliation for him. Not only were the magical treasures taken away by Reverend Meng Chuan, but he was also treated as a backdrop, which made the Kunlun Taoist famous. In addition, most of the benefits were taken away by the Kunlun Taoist. Thus, his hatred for the Kunlun Taoist could be said to be overflowing. At this very moment, he was unable to contain himself and directly charged out. Die! Reverend Yuan roared, his eyes cold and full of killing intent. Because of his position, he happened to be right in front of Bai Ziyue. Therefore, when he attacked with his flying sword, he immediately rushed in front of Bai Ziyue. At this moment, he wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. In fact, Reverend Meng Chuan of the Bei Xian faction also wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Wan Hong of the Choyang sect. Reverend Yu Shu of the Jiuhua Immortal Palace moved her chi and helped to stop the two experts who were ready to attack. Brother Bai. Master, please help Brother Bai. Zhao Yue looked at the battlefield in horror. She hurriedly held Zhu Shuaizhen's hand and sobbed. I can't help him. Zhu Shuaizhen's heart was heavy. She shook her head with a complicated expression and said, At this moment, no one can save him. He can only rely on himself. He's her brother? At this moment, a voice sounded beside her. Zhao Yue widened her teary eyes. Seeing that it was a beautiful big sister, she just nodded but did not reply. Her little face was still full of worry. Then, I'll take care of you from now on. Fan Xingyu patted her head and said in a gentle tone. Chapter 396. Then, she quickly looked at the person in charge of the Celestial Spirit sect, Immortal Jin Hung, and said quickly, Senior, Bai Ziyue's talent is unparalleled. He is not weaker than us. Do you really want to kill him? His talent was tested before. He was a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots under the age of 25. Looking at his strength now, his potential is not weak. Out of goodwill, the cultivator at the peak of the aperture enlightening realm nodded and said, It's not bad for a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots under the age of 25 to reach the realm of immortal cultivation. However, Hua Wensheng is my junior brother. Even if I don't help him, I won't interfere in their feud. As for the other brothers, I don't care. Also, I have to remind you that you and he are destined to be in two different worlds. Don't get into unnecessary trouble. In the end, you'll be a member of the Celestial Spirit sect. Immortal Jin Heng's voice was calm, but the meaning behind his words was very obvious. Fan Xingyu felt a chill in her heart. She knew that even if she was a peerless genius, she still hadn't matured, so she wouldn't be valued at all. She had no choice but to cast her worried gaze back to the battlefield. However, she just happened to hear a thunderous roar. How dare you? Immortal Jin Heng, who was still calm, rushed into the battlefield as fast as lightning. Die! Immortal Yuan stretched out his hand, and the flying sword turned into a ray of light and shot out. You're courting death. Ziyue's eyes were cold. He stepped out and not only dodged Immortal Yuan's flying sword, but also came within 10 feet of him. Then, a black ruler suddenly flashed and struck out. It was a middle-grade magic treasure, the god-beating ruler. Oh no! Immortal Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly summoned a round shield. However, it was useless. The god-beating ruler was a magic treasure that specialized in attacking a cultivator's divine sense, divine will, and even the soul. Although the round shield had strong defensive power and could be called a rare treasure, it did not have the means to defend against soul attacks. Clang! The god-beating ruler flashed and fell on the round shield. The black light quickly penetrated the round shield. Although it was slightly consumed, most of its power still fell on Immortal Yuan's body. Taoist Yuan's mind was in severe pain. Not only did his eyes lose focus, he lost the ability to fight back. Even the spiritual light on his body quickly dissipated. Following this, a flying sword streaked across the sky and landed on his head. With a puff, it pierced through his head. Soul energy plus 548,262. The early divine realm expert, Reverend Yuan, had fallen. At this moment, it could be said to be earth-shattering. Everyone was stunned. A divine realm expert was dead, killed by Ziyue. Even though everyone was shocked by his speed and strength, there was no doubt that he was in the aperture enlightening state. Being able to kill a God Realm Master with the strength of an aperture enlightening Realm Master, going against the odds to slay immortals, everyone's mind was shaken, and they were speechless. That Dharma treasure seems to be the divine, striking ruler. Isn't his speed a little too fast? So many deity realm experts couldn't catch up with him? Could it be a movement divine ability? Kunlun Taoist. He is Kunlun Taoist. Ziyue is Kunlun Taoist. That's right. Everything makes sense now. Only the Kunlun Taoist could possibly have such means. When he was in the 6th Ultimate Cave Mansion, he was the strongest under the divine realm, invincible in the aperture enlightening realm. After the trip to the 6 Ultimate Caves, he obtained the God's striking ruler and the ground shrinking technique, so his strength must have increased greatly. It's normal for him to be able to kill the deity realm experts and kill the deity realm experts, right? Is it really normal? Maybe? All of this is really too shocking. Unbelievable. Everyone was in an uproar. They looked at each other in dismay. Some were enlightened, and some were in disbelief. This battle had truly astonished them too much. It started suddenly, and the process was beyond their expectation. Moreover, they found that Ziyue didn't seem to have suffered a loss. In the Gu God sect, except for the sect leader, Miao Dingjin, all of them had fallen. Reverend Yuan, who tried to stop him, was also killed by him in one move. However, this is as far as he can go. Reverend Su San, who was at the intermediate divine realm of the Celestial Spirit sect, plus Miao Dingjin, Hua Wensheng, and 5 other deity realm experts of the Gu God sect. No matter how strong Ziyue is, he can't resist them. Indeed, although he's strong, he's only one person, and his realm is only at the peak of the aperture enlightening realm. Even if he can kill 1 or 2 deity realm experts, he can't escape from the siege of other experts. It's a pity that the genius of a generation is going to fall here. It can't be helped. He dared to provoke the Celestial Spirit sect. The Celestial Spirit sect is a colossus. None of the 7 major sects in the ancient desolate domain dared to defy them. Then they discussed and shook their heads. Ziyue's strength was indeed powerful. He could kill a deity realm expert at the Aperture Enlightening realm, and he could kill a deity realm expert. However, he had to stop here. Perhaps he would become a legendary figure that countless people talked about, and even be introduced into the secular world. Some scholars and poets would write poems and lyrics as a memorial. But in the end, he was going to die. After killing Reverend Yuan, Ziyue didn't have time to pick up his storage bag because the next attack was coming. An early-stage deity realm expert of the Celestial Spirit sect seemed to have mastered a divine sense like Ziyue. His speed was even faster than Su San, who was at the middle-stage deity realm. He quickly rushed to Ziyue. Then, with a slight point, a long rope quickly swept out and tied up Ziyue. Treasure-stabilizing divine light. Ziyue's mind moved, and the treasure-stabilizing divine light quickly rushed out and fell on the long rope. It paused for a moment and froze in the void. Then he stretched out his hand, and a huge palm print, which covered the sky and the sun, quickly condensed and dispersed in the void. A ball of spiritual light, like a flash of lightning, rushed to the sky-covering palm print. Chi! 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 In an instant, they merged and shook with each other. Immortal martial handprint. Annihilation divine light. At this moment, it was by Ziyue who executed the immortal martial grand palm and the annihilation divine ray to rapidly merge these 2 offensive skills. Amidst a series of buzzing sounds, the 2 spells collided, repelled, coexisted, fused, and other steps. They quickly condensed and quickly formed a palm print that was much smaller but had an additional ball of golden light. Immortal martial annihilation palm. Rumble. Ziyue didn't hesitate to slap down. It was like a golden cloud falling down. The long rope, which had just rushed out of the treasure-stabilizing divine light, was quickly broken. The remaining power of the palm print didn't diminish, and it fiercely hit the deity realm expert of the Celestial Spirit sect. Puff! In an instant, the deity realm expert was smashed into a pile of meat. He was dead. The scene was silent. Soon, a series of hissing sounds of cold air being sucked in could be heard. If it was said that Bai Ziyue had killed immortal Yuan with the help of the magic treasure of the god-beating ruler, then at this moment, he had killed another expert of the god realm, which really shocked countless people. Those who had judged that he would soon be defeated were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. The weakest deity realm expert of the Celestial Spirit sect had mastered a divine sense, but he was definitely more powerful than immortal Yuan. Spiritual energy plus 571652. After killing a cultivator of the Celestial Spirit sect with 1 palm, Ziyue still looked very calm. In his eyes, there was no one in the world who couldn't be killed. Since he had decided to kill him, no matter who he was, he wouldn't show any mercy. He lifted his foot and took a step forward. Swish! Once again, he flew out of the city. How dare you? Just at this moment, Venerable Jin Hung, who had been calm all this time, suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. His eyes were wide open, like a peerless, ferocious beast that had suddenly opened its eyes. Clang! 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 A strong and ferocious aura suddenly burst out, and under the crushing force, there was a series of tremors. Then, he crushed his body and turned into a golden shield light, quickly chasing in the direction of Ziyue. He didn't expect that in this small, ancient desolation region, there would be someone who dared to kill a disciple of the Celestial Spirit sect in front of him. Ziyue didn't answer. After one step, another step. In just a few steps, he had crossed a long street and quickly rushed out of the city from the city gate. In an instant, a carefree feeling like a bird flying freely in the sky was born in his heart. After all, there was a 5th-grade formation in the ancient desolation city. Because there was no one controlling it, it wouldn't be triggered at all unless he deliberately attacked some important places. However, within the Great Formation, not only was there a flight restriction, every single building was also protected by the formation. Thus, With his earth-shrinking technique, the distance he could cover with each step was not limited at all. Naturally, his speed was affected to a certain extent. Moreover, when he attacked, he actually had some scruples in his heart. Under the cover of the formation, who knew where he would be hit by the formation's backlash? A fifth-grade formation had countless formation bases. Perhaps an open space, a stone pillar, a brick was where the formation base was. He had to be careful even when facing the backlash of a third-grade formation, let alone a fifth-grade formation. However, outside the city, it was immediately different. Not only could his speed burst out completely, but even his combat strength could also be increased correspondingly. Not to mention, outside the city, the early divine realm great demon he had subdued, the white tiger great demon, could also be put to good use. Feeling relieved, Zua, who rushed out of the ancient desolation city, slowed down a little. Killing a few unimportant people was not enough to relieve the gloom in his heart, nor was it enough to vent the killing intent in his heart. Whether it was Yuan Jinren or the early divine realm experts of the Celestial Spirit sect, they were killed because they rushed to him. His real target was Miao Dingjin, the sect master of the Gugad sect, and Hua Wansheng, the disciple of the Celestial Spirit sect. Since their hatred for him was so deep, he naturally had to solve this problem and kill them one by one. Chapter 397. You Can't Escape. Su San, Miao Dingjin, and Hua Wansheng rushed out of the ancient desolation city at full speed. They turned into 3 rays of light and chased after Su Emoziwe was running at the speed of an early divine realm cultivator. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Reverend Su San, whose strength had reached the middle stage of the divine realm, was the fastest. Soon, he was less than 1,000 feet away from Shermu. With a flicker of his mind, he took out a jade bottle. The jade bottle swayed slightly and emitted beams of mysterious light that were as bright as the sun. The rays of light were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Ziyue. I hit him. Hua Wensheng was overjoyed. He knew that although Senior Su San's jade bottle was only a lower-grade magical treasure, the rays that were stored in it were not simple. It was the profound, pure, tricolored light that was comparable to a divine ability. The tricolored light was all-pervasive. Any defensive technique would not be able to block it. Even a middle divine realm cultivator would be severely injured if they were hit by it. Ziyue was only at the peak of the awakening realm. Once he was hit by it, he might even die. He missed. Perfected Su San's face changed. The tricolored light quickly passed through Ziyue's body. However, it was just an illusion. The real person had already disappeared. Where is he? Perfected Su San was surprised. Suddenly, he saw a golden book soaring into the sky. Then, 12 beams of spiritual light appeared and rushed into the void, forming thunderclouds. The void twisted, and layers of thunderclouds gathered to form a formation, which was quickly activated. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky in a mighty manner. Boom, boom, boom. Almost every corner of Sumo's body was covered by the lightning bolts. At this moment, Ziyue made his move. The 12 rays of the divine firmament, 5 lightning arts sealed in the heavenly expansion mirror, were quickly destroyed. Then, he quickly turned around, taking a step forward and arriving in front of Miao Dingjin and Hua Wensheng. You're courting death. The two of them were shocked at first. Then, they were furious. Clang, clang. 2 streaks of gung metal, 1 energy sword ability were swiftly tossed out. Ziyue's expression did not change. With a thought, a golden pagoda rushed out. Sizzle. The top of the pagoda shone brightly. Then, a huge white tiger rushed out. Roar. White tiger roared and turned into a streak of white light, rushing toward the Gu God sect leader, Miao Dingjin. On the other hand, Ziyue took a step forward. Using the earth shrinking technique, he dodged 2 more Gungjin single chi swords. A black ruler expanded in the wind and quickly struck out. Hua Wensheng's expression changed. Having seen Yuan Jinren's miserable state, he naturally knew how powerful this magic treasure was. He quickly retreated and took out a long black saber. The long saber expanded in the wind and slashed toward the sky, colliding fiercely with the god's striking ruler. With a flash of black light, the ruler pierced through the saber and headed straight for Wensheng. Boom! Immediately after, the two magic treasures collided. After a slight pause, they both flew back. Huo Wensheng's expression changed. He quickly took out a huge golden cauldron. The golden cauldron was activated by him. It expanded rapidly and turned into a huge lid. Balls of orange chi of Mother Earth fell down and enveloped him. Chi, the black light, quickly rushed to the golden cauldron. After expending almost half of its power, it landed on Huo Wensheng's head. Huo Wensheng groaned. His mind was in pain. His expression was hideous, and he was absent-minded for a moment. Bai Ziyue naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. With a move of his divine sense, the evasive divine sword shot out violently, and it transformed into a sword capable of destroying all techniques as it fiercely stabbed forward. Clang! The golden cauldron trembled and let out a loud sound. However, it blocked Ziyue's law-evading divine sword. Ziyue's expression did not change. He fiercely struck out with his palm. Immortal martial grand palm. A ball of spiritual light filled with the aura of destruction and nirvanic extermination condensed, enveloping the great immortal martial palm. The two of them fused together, transforming into the great immortal martial palm of extermination. Boom! It fiercely slammed down on the golden cauldron. Buzz! The spiritual light on the golden cauldron quickly dimmed. The chi of Mother Earth that was falling down also shook. However, it was blocked once again. What a powerful defensive treasure. Ziyue's expression changed. He did not care about the consumption of energy. Immortal martial grand palm, annihilation divine light, God striking ruler, law evading divine sword. All kinds of attacks were madly thrown out. He was very clear about his strengths and weaknesses. Under the earth shrinking technique, his speed was peerless. He could move unhindered in the battlefield. However, in terms of attack, the law-evading divine sword was only equivalent to the third grade of the divine realm. As for the annihilation divine light, it was barely equivalent to the third grade of the early divine realm. The immortal martial grand palm was equivalent to the second grade of the early divine realm. Although the power of the immortal martial grand palm was increased, it was only equivalent to the first grade of the early divine realm. As for the God-striking ruler, it was used to attack the divine sense and divine will. It was extremely useful in the battlefield. However, Huo Wensheng's golden cauldron was extremely powerful. It even had the ability to defend against divine soul attacks. This greatly reduced the effect of the God-striking ruler. So, if I don't have enough attack power, I will make up for it with numbers. With enough soul energy, my Yuan force is limitless. I don't believe that I can't kill Huo Wensheng. Ziyue was calm. He did not care about the consumption of his Yuan force. He threw out spells, divine abilities, and attacks one after another. Every time Huo Wensheng was about to wake up, the God-striking ruler would hit him at the right time and knock him out again. However, at this time, Immortal Jin Heng had already turned into a golden light. In a flash, he rushed out from the ancient Desolation City. Following closely behind were the other deity realm experts and countless cultivators with different strengths. Stop! Immortal Jin Heng saw that Huo Wensheng was at a disadvantage. His face changed, and he shouted angrily. A golden divine sword that looked like specks of starlight instantly flew out and slashed toward Bai Ziyue. Taoist Master Su Sen also rushed out of the endless thunderclouds at this time. Then, he gently lifted the jade bottle, and the tricolored light of Xian Qing shot out again. Just a little bit more, Ziyue sighed inwardly. He only had time to throw out a ray of divine obliteration light. Then, he lifted his foot and took a step forward. Swoosh! He quickly reappeared 1,000 zhang away, dodging the joint attack of the two mid-divine realm experts. At the same time, Ziue's divine obliteration light shot out and hit the golden cauldron on Huanqing's body. Dong! A loud sound was heard. The golden cauldron, which was already on the verge of collapse and had dimmed to the extreme, suddenly collapsed. The golden cauldron was sent flying by the huge force. The divine obliteration light dimmed, but it did not lose its momentum. It flashed and scratched Huanqing's body fiercely. Chi. Huanqing, who was still in a daze, had his divine robe destroyed. Half of his body was destroyed by the divine obliteration light, revealing his bloody flesh. Under the intense pain, Huanqing immediately woke up and screamed. At this moment, half of his body was destroyed. He suffered an unprecedented injury and almost fainted from the pain. There seems to be something wrong with the power of this divine obliteration light. Bai Zue naturally had a clear judgment of the power of the divine ability that he was using. This attack was obviously stronger than the divine obliteration light that he had used in the past. He quickly turned his gaze and looked at his status panel. Divine obliteration light, beginner level. Zue was slightly stunned. He did not expect that he had unknowingly cultivated this divine ability to the beginner level. But then again, it was normal. Previously, he had already cultivated this divine power to 97% of the uninitiated level. After receiving guidance from his sect leader of the Chaoyang sect, Wan Hong, his progress was already fast, and coupled with the fierce battle this time, his progress was already very fast. During the battle, he calmed his mind and continuously used the divine obliteration light to verify Wan Hong's cultivation experience. Naturally, his progress was fast. That was why he had suddenly reached the beginner level. Then, endless joy immediately flashed in his heart. There was only one thing that made him feel helpless in this battle. That was his attack power was insufficient. Otherwise, with his means, he would have blown away Hua Wenxing's defensive golden cauldron and quickly killed him. He would not have been entangled for such a long time. Now that he had reached the beginner level of the divine obliteration light, as long as he increased his soul power, his attack power would immediately skyrocket. However, you're courting death. Immortal Jin Hung was furious. He pointed his finger like a sword. Whoosh! The seven-star godly sword flickered with starlight, and an extremely mysterious light flashed. It chased after Bai Zue like a shadow. What fast sword! What a powerful sword! Ziyue's heart trembled. He could clearly feel the power of the sword. He knew that if he was hit, the immortal martial color glaze light and heavenly cycle protection technique would not be able to block the attack. He would definitely die. Therefore, he hurriedly unleashed the consummate level of shrinking earth to its maximum. One step after another, he quickly stepped forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ziyue's body was like a phantom, moving like a waterfall. He was faster than Immortal Jin Heng's flying sword. On the other side, Great Demon White Tiger also had the upper hand. Although Miao Dingjin and Hu Dali were both first-rate early divine realm experts, Miao Dingjin relied on the power of divine ability. Although the power of divine ability was strong, it consumed a lot of energy. After a series of battles, Miao Dingjin had consumed a lot of energy. Apart from divine ability, his speed and defensive power were far inferior to Great Demon White Tiger. Therefore, after Hu Dali forcefully withstood the attacks of several divine abilities and approached Miao Dingjin, the situation immediately reversed. Tiger Palms continuously slapped his body. Immediately, his defensive spirit light dimmed, and it looked like it would collapse at any moment. "Senior, save me!" Miao Dingjin quickly retreated and shouted in horror. Immortal Su San hesitated for a moment and threw out a painting. On the painting, a scholar was writing words. On the words, there were 7 kill words, arranged in order from the biggest to the smallest. Each of these kill characters was more terrifying than the last. Just by looking at these kill characters, it was as if one was in a sea of blood. Waves of tyrannical and ruthless aura rushed straight to one's head. Chapter 398. With a sizzling sound, The word kill was formed and was imprinted on the white tiger great demon. Roar! The white tiger great demon wailed as a deep bloody wound appeared on his body. Traces of blood spread out, forming a clear kill character. Thank you for your help, Senior. Miao Dingjin heaved a sigh of relief and quickly retreated. However, right at this moment, a black ruler suddenly fell from above his head. It slashed through the air and quickly smashed down. Oh no! Miao Dingjin's expression changed drastically as he felt a sharp pain in his mind and his vision turned black. Then, a flying sword flashed like a meteor and hit his head directly. The sword chi swallowed and spat out the power of law evasion and law destruction. Puff! Miao Dingjin's protective spiritual light was broken instantly. The flying sword did not reduce its power and pierced through his head in an instant. Suddenly, the sect leader of the Gu God sect, spiritual master Miao Dingjin, who was at the early stage of the God realm, died. Spiritual energy plus 594,233. After killing Miao Dingjin with a single slash, Bai Ziyu summoned the Yao Ceiling Pagoda. With a light tap, the heavily injured Hudali was stored away. You're courting death. Spiritual master Su San's face was gloomy. He quickly stretched out his hand, and the remaining 6 kill words on the painting shot out rapidly. One after another, the kill words came from all directions and almost engulfed Ziyue. At the same time, spiritual master Jin Heng's 7-star divine sword pierced through the sound barrier like a golden silk thread. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. He took a step forward and passed through the edge of the kill word. After that, he took another step forward. Ziyue used the shrinking ground to the extreme. With a step, he was more than 100 feet away. In just a few steps, he had already rushed out of the attack range of spiritual master Jin Heng and the others. Boom! The 6 kill characters collided with each other, creating a deafening sound. A large part of the ground caved in from the impact. Smoke and dust rose into the air like clouds. But in the end, he missed. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, the other heavenly spirit sect cultivators also quickly approached, their faces solemn. Taoist master Su San's face was cold and gloomy. An extremely sullen feeling was born in his heart. Since he started cultivating until now, he had experienced countless battles, big and small. Although he couldn't say that he won all of them, he still felt extremely carefree. But today, being toyed with by the other party without being able to land a single blow, this was the first time he had felt so stifled. He was vexed and depressed, so he quickly turned into a green light and chased after them. Stop chasing! Immortal Jin Heng shouted in a low voice, his face extremely gloomy. At this moment, the anger and unwillingness in his heart surpassed that of Reverend Su San. He had never thought that he would suffer such a huge loss at the hands of an aperture enlightening cultivator. However, the other party's speed was simply too fast. Even Sage Tianhe, who was on the hovering warship, might not be able to match the speed of the other party, let alone him. So what if he chased after them? Could he catch up? Escaped? Everyone was stunned. Today's battle had really broadened their horizons. It also gave them a new understanding of Bai Ziyue's strength. In particular, his speed could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Even immortal Jin Heng, who was at the peak of the middle stage divine realm, couldn't catch up with him. Such speed, such strength. Is Ziyue really just an aperture enlightening cultivator? I don't know, but the divine realm experts' chi and divine sense are combined as one, and their chi is completely different from that of the aperture enlightening cultivators. There is no such sign on him at all. However, this kind of monster can't be judged by common sense. No matter what realm he is in, it's not something you and I can judge. So, he is actually just an aperture enlightening cultivator, going against the odds to kill an immortal. This was really going against the odds to kill an immortal in the entire ancient desolate realm. How many people have been able to go against the odds to kill an immortal? 2 or 3. But Ziyue was definitely the strongest one among them. So far, how many divine realm experts have died in his hands? Immortal Yuan, Immortal Hao Yu of the Celestial Spirit Sect, Sect Leader Miao Ding, and immortal Jun Miao of the Gugad sect, and Hua Wensheng. Although he didn't die, he suffered irreparable injuries. Everyone couldn't hide their excitement. As they discussed, they felt that Ziyue's strength was extremely powerful, and they were extremely shocked. I didn't expect his strength to have reached such a level. No wonder he didn't want to accept my proposal. Immortal Wan Hong, the sect leader of the Chaoyang Dao sect, felt dizzy. He looked at the people of the Celestial Spirit sect and couldn't help showing a trace of pity. No matter how powerful the Celestial Spirit sect was, it would still be a huge loss if they missed out on such a peerless genius. Once Bai Ziyue bore a grudge against them, the loss and impact would be immeasurable. Most importantly, it wouldn't take too long. He had investigated Ziyue, so he was naturally very clear about the speed of his rise. It could be said that the speed of his rise was shocking. He estimated that in a few years, it would be enough to make the Celestial Spirit sect feel heartbroken. Phew. Fan Qingyu relaxed and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, Yufeng calmed down. Spiritual energy, 471-4652. 4,710,000 soul energy should be enough to increase the power of my annihilation divine light by a large margin. Seeing that immortal Jin Heng and the others didn't chase after him, Ziyue relaxed. While maintaining his speed, he immediately focused on the attribute panel. In this battle, Ziyue's result was amazing. He alone had fought against several reverends at the Divine Realm, including 2 Middle Divine Realm experts. However, he was still able to kill 3 of them and escape unscathed. This was shocking, and it shocked and terrified countless people. However, he wasn't satisfied with himself. In the end, this battle was instigated by Hua Wensheng and Miao Dingjin. Miao Dingjin was already killed by him. However, although Hua Wensheng was seriously injured, he didn't really die. Of course, he wasn't satisfied. Therefore, in his opinion, the battle wasn't over yet. Consume 1 million spiritual energy to upgrade the divine light of annihilation to minor accomplishment. Upgrade. Taking a deep breath, Ziyue chose to upgrade without hesitation. In an instant, countless insights and understandings about the silent divine light of annihilation suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, as if he had gone through thousands of days and nights of painstaking cultivation, he took the opportunity to cultivate the divine light of annihilation to minor accomplishment. The minor accomplishment divine light of annihilation is not weak. It's at least equivalent to the first class of the early divine realm. Ziyue secretly compared and soon came to a conclusion. For example, Miao Dingjin, Wan Hong, and the others, they must have cultivated the Golden Gung, Single Sword Chi, or Divine Light of Annihilation to minor accomplishment to be able to display the first class of the early divine realm. As for the purity of his spiritual energy, he ignited 1,080 points of his acupuncture points and completed the heavenly cycle acupuncture points. His spiritual energy automatically transformed into heavenly cycle force. This heavenly cycle force was vigorous and powerful. In fact, in terms of strength, it wasn't any weaker than the divine sense of an early divine realm cultivator. Naturally, with the minor accomplishment divine light of annihilation, its strength could also reach the first class of the early divine realm. However, it's still not enough. With a thought, Ziyue tapped on the attribute panel again. Consume 2 million spiritual energy to upgrade the divine light of annihilation to great accomplishment. Upgrade. Choosing to upgrade again, Ziyue's mind was stirred up. Endless insights flowed in his mind. Waves of unique changes appeared in his body inexplicably. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Gradually, Ziyue had a kind of enlightenment in his mind. He had completely received the experience of cultivating the divine light of annihilation. Then, without hesitation, he turned around and rushed in the direction of the ancient desolation city. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Ziyue used the shrinking ground. With every step he took, he was more than 1,000 feet away. In just 2 or 3 steps, He was more than 10,000 meters away. After thinking for a while, he used the invisibility skill. The complete invisibility skill was very exquisite. Under the situation where his body was one with the heavens and earth, it was silent and there were no fluctuations. Although it couldn't hide from the divine sense of an expert under normal circumstances who would cover their surroundings with their divine sense all the time. Therefore, Ziyue's body turned illusory and instantly disappeared from the heavens and earth. Senior brother, this time, we're just going to let him go? Spiritual Master Su San's face darkened and he asked unwillingly, I'm not willing to let Ziyue go just like this. Senior brothers, please avenge me, and Senior brother Hao Yu. At this time, Hua Wensheng took the spiritual pill to heal his injuries. His flesh and blood were quickly regenerating. He looked much better than before. Avenge? How? You've seen his speed. Not to mention you and me. Even Martial Uncle Tian, he can't catch up with him. Spiritual Master Jin Heng's anger surged, and he couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied with Hua Wensheng. If it wasn't for his sudden intervention, this wouldn't have happened. Thinking of Fan Xingyu's reminder that Ziyue wanted to join the Celestial Spirit sect, he felt even more depressed. He originally had a chance to become a peerless genius of the same sect, but because of his carelessness, he missed the opportunity. Moreover, the one he favored was Hua Wensheng, a narrow-minded person who only cared about himself. This made him even more regretful. Now, he still has the face to talk about revenge. Unfortunately, Hua Wensheng didn't have such awareness. His eyes were fierce and full of hatred. He said in a muffled voice, It's a pity that Senior Brother Zhao Ben entered the Astral Wind Canyon. Otherwise, with his binding ability, the Golden Light Binding, Ziyue won't be able to escape death no matter how fast he is. Oh right, I remember that Martial Uncle Tian, he has an air-frozen pearl that can restrain Ziyue's speed. Why don't we ask him to lend it to us? With the help of 2 senior brothers, we can easily capture and kill him. You really don't want to give up on killing me. Then die. At that instant, a voice could be heard all of a sudden. Following it, a sword glow rapidly swept across the sky. Not good. You dare. Chapter 399. The flying sword flashed at an extremely fast speed. It happened when everyone was relaxed and unprepared. Puff! In an instant, it pierced through Hua Wensheng's head. He was dead. Everyone was shocked. Too savage, too arrogant, and too shocking. They did not expect that not only did Ziyue not leave, but he also secretly used the art of invisibility to come within 100 feet of them and killed Hua Wensheng with one strike. If he were to attack me at this moment, what would happen? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Who could withstand such an attack when they were unprepared except for a few people? After the endless chill, a wave of anger rose in an instant. This anger was a response to Ziyue's arrogance and was stimulated by the threat to their lives. At the same time, layers of defensive spiritual light rose, and they all launched their attacks. Die! Perfected Su San roared and threw out the jade bottle and the painting at the same time. The 7 kill characters were filled with killing intent, covering the sky and the sun as they quickly enveloped the area in front of them. Perfected Jin Heng's 7-star divine sword turned into specks of starlight and pierced through the sound barrier. Hoo! All the deity realm experts were shocked, but they immediately activated their protective spiritual light. Some of them were extremely vigilant and quickly retreated in the direction of the ancient Desolation City. Ziyue's expression did not change after killing Hua Wensheng. His divine sense and heavenly cycle surged at the same time, and under the coordination, they quickly arranged themselves. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A mass of spiritual light that was filled with destruction and death was quickly formed. It was like a mass of dark clouds that was filled with the aura of death, and a mysterious horror was brewing within it. He reached out his hand and pointed slightly. In an instant, the mass of spiritual light rushed out. Divine power, divine light of annihilation. Moreover, it was the divine light of annihilation that had been upgraded to the greater mastery level. The divine light turned into a stream of light, and quickly rushed to the 7-star divine sword. The 7 kill words and the mystic pure tricolored light sprinkled out from the jade bottle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Pretty much in the blink of an eye, the Xianqing tricolored light and the 7 kill words were all wiped out. When it landed on the 7-star god sword, it dissipated slightly and was torn open by the god sword. Sure enough, even though my divine annihilation light has reached the great completion, it is still inferior to immortal Jinheng's 7-star godly sword. Ziyue had expected this. The gap between realms was not so easy to cross. Although the great success stage divine light of annihilation had reached the level of an all-out attack of a cultivator in the middle stage of the divine realm, Reverend Jinheng's cultivation base had reached the peak of the middle stage of the divine realm, and his sword Dao divine ability had reached the small success stage. In fact, its power was not weaker than an all-out attack of a cultivator in the late stage of the divine realm. Naturally, they could easily tear apart the divine light of annihilation and pass through it. With this in mind, Ziyue took a step forward and instantly disappeared from where he stood. Shua. When he reappeared once more, he was already standing beside Sage Hua's corpse. With a wave of his hand, the corpse vanished into thin air. Arrogant, Reverend Su San was incomparably furious. He was right next to him, only 7 feet away from him. How could he do that? How could he be so arrogant? How could he snatch away junior brother Hua's corpse? His heart trembled, and with a clang, a ball of 7-colored spiritual light quickly appeared around his body and wrapped around him. Divine ability, 7-colored spiritual light of overcoming disaster. Unlike other people who had mastered the divine ability of killing, he valued his own life more. Therefore, he had mastered a defensive divine ability, which was somewhat lacking in the aspect of attacking. After using the 7-colored spiritual light of overcoming disaster, he stretched out his hand and pointed the jade bottle at Ziyue. With a whoosh, streaks of tricolored profound, clear light rushed out rapidly. Humph! Ziyue snorted coldly, and a mass of divine annihilation light shot out from his body almost instantly. Puff! The divine annihilation light collided with the tricolored profound, clear light, and almost instantly destroyed it. Then, without losing its momentum, it fiercely hit the 7-colored spiritual light of overcoming disaster. Chi Chi Chi, the divine annihilation light, which was filled with the power of destruction, death, and desolation, collided with spiritual master Su San's defensive divine ability, and a violent trembling sound was heard. The 7-colored spiritual light of overcoming disaster was indeed a defensive divine ability. With the support of spiritual master Su San's divine thought, it only dimmed slightly and blocked Ziyue's attack. In response, Ziyue's expression did not change. He took a step forward and disappeared from where he was. Boom! 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 At the same time, a series of attacks had already landed on where he was originally standing. Slightly standing still, Ziyue stretched out his hand and waved, and another mass of divine annihilation light rushed out. Chi Chi Chi. It fiercely hit spiritual master Su San's defensive divine ability. Then, in a flash, he disappeared from where he was. When he stood still, another mass of divine annihilation light hit spiritual master Su San. The divine annihilation light, which had been upgraded to great mastery, was not only more powerful, but also several times faster than before. Of course, correspondingly, the consumption was also greater. However, this was not a big deal to him. Divine annihilation light. Divine annihilation light. Divine annihilation light. Ziyue continuously shot out divine annihilation light, all of which rushed towards spiritual master Su San, making loud banging sounds. Unable to dodge, spiritual master Su San desperately fought back, but he could not hit his opponent. Spiritual master Su San was completely flustered. With a pale face, he asked with grief and indignation, "Why are you only attacking me?" "Because you are ugly," Ziyue replied coldly. Spiritual master Su San was stunned. What kind of reason was that? Feeling depressed, he quickly rushed to spiritual master Jin Heng's side while maintaining his defensive divine ability. With him around, the pressure on her was reduced slightly. If this continued, he estimated that it would not be long before his divine thought was exhausted, and he would not be able to maintain the seven-colored spiritual light of overcoming disaster to protect his body. Even so, he still took out restorative spirit pills and swallowed them without caring about the effects of the pill toxins. Ziyue was a person who was clear about gratitude and grudges. After dealing with the culprits, Miao Dingjin and Hua Wensheng, his mentality had changed, and he became more relaxed. The reason why he targeted spiritual master Su San was naturally not because of his beauty or ugliness. It was because when he fought with Hua Wensheng and the others, he was the first to speak and help Hua Wensheng. In the battle after, he was also the most active, directly rushing to the front and attacking him. As the saying goes, don't hit laziness or hard work, hit blind people. If he did not hit such a blind person, who would he hit? With a thought, he threw out another ray of annihilation divine light. Boom! Taoist master Su San's rainbow calamity, avoiding spirit light, instantly began to waver and become extremely dim. Senior martial brother, save me! Su San roared and desperately tried to escape, but found that no matter which direction he rushed in, he could not escape Ziyue's attack. Don't worry, I've already sent a message to Martial Uncle. He will be here soon. Spiritual Master Jin Heng quickly sent a voice transmission. With a thought, the seven-star divine sword quickly shot out and ruthlessly stirred, quickly destroying the divine annihilation light. Ziyue, fellow Taoist Bai, today's battle actually originated from a misunderstanding between you and Junior Martial Brother Hua. Now that Junior Martial Brother Hua is dead, let's forget about our grievances. How about it? I think fellow Taoist Bai does not really want to be the enemy of Celestial Spirit Sect, right? Perhaps in this place, your speed is unparalleled, and we can't do anything to you for the time being. But you should know that our Celestial Spirit Sect has a deep foundation, with hundreds of gold core and more than 10 primordial spirits. If we really want to make things difficult for you, even if you hide at the end of the world, it will be difficult for you to escape. It is better to turn hostility into friendship and reconcile. Since fellow Taoist Bai also participated in the bone examination registration, I think you also want to join our Celestial Spirit Sect. Why don't I guarantee that fellow Taoist Bai will be one of the 12 candidates and directly make you the first? Immortal Jin Heng quickly opened his mouth and advised. How about it? Ziyue's body flashed and appeared in another direction, shooting out another divine annihilation light. If it was before this incident, he would naturally be willing to accept the goodwill of the Celestial Spirit Sect's Divine Realm experts. But now he had killed 2 Divine Realm experts of Celestial Spirit Sect in a row. Even if the other party was willing to let bygones be bygones, he did not dare to accept their goodwill. Who knew if all this was a trap or a conspiracy? He did not even have time to take precautions, so how could he walk into a trap? As for the 12 candidates and the first position, it was naturally meaningless to him at this time. On the contrary, the other party mentioned more than 10 primordial spirits and more than 100 gold cores, which made him a little afraid. But soon he felt relieved. He would just have to deal with whatever came his way. Moreover, it was still unknown whether the primordial spirits and gold core supremes were really willing to go to war for a few Divine Realm experts. The floating battleship is coming. Just at this moment, a delicate voice was heard. Ziyue's expression changed. Sure enough, he saw a huge and magnificent battleship coming from afar at an extremely fast speed. Ziyue secretly looked at Fan Qingyu with a trace of gratitude. He threw out the last divine annihilation light, and then rushed away without looking at it. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, he rushed away quickly. He knew that the one driving the battleship must be Immortal Tianhe, a late Divine Realm expert of Celestial Spirit Sect. He already felt that it was difficult to deal with a middle Divine Realm expert. If he could not defeat him in a short time, he would definitely be no match for a late Divine Realm expert. Not to mention, he happened to hear that Immortal Tianhe had an air-frozen bead that could restrain his extreme speed. Once his speed was restricted, what awaited him would not be good. "Don't run." A thunderous voice was heard. It seemed to contain a sound wave attack, which made countless people feel a stinging pain in their ears. Ziyue ignored it and used the distance shrinking technique to the extreme. His body turned illusory as he used the invisibility technique and quickly disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Ziyue's last divine annihilation light directly shattered immortal Su San's protective divine ability. The seven-colored calamity, avoiding spiritual light, fell on his defensive robe. The powerful annihilation force spread and quickly destroyed the robe. A large part of his flesh and blood died, and he was severely injured. Chapter 400. Immortal Tiana's eyes were deep and bright. Ziyue's invisibility technique was almost useless in his eyes. The hovering battleship quickly chased after him. Suddenly, a beam of black and white light burst out from the bow of the battleship. Rumble! The black and white light shot out at extremely fast speed, blasting toward by Ziyue. The black and white light was the divine ability sealed on the hovering battleship, the yin-yang purgatory spell. Ziyue's heart was beating wildly. As he spread out his divine sense, he clearly felt a terrifying threat approaching rapidly. He quickly turned around and moved 100 feet horizontally. Boom! The yin-yang purgatory spell hit a mountain heavily. The entire mountain was quickly destroyed and turned into a glazed color. It was deeply dented and formed a large pit. What a powerful attack! Ziyue's eyes twitched, and he was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that not only was the warship so fast, it was almost as fast as when he used the shrinking earth to an inch technique, but its attack power was even stronger than when Venerable Jin Hung used the 7-star godly sword. Even if he dodged the center of the attack, the remaining power of the attack was like lightning, crushing toward him and shaking the heavenly cycle protection technique that automatically appeared in his body. Without any hesitation, Ziyue continued to run. After one step, another step. The battleship flew across the sky and made a violent explosion. One after another, the yin-yang purgatory spell hit Ziyue fiercely, making him extremely embarrassed. I can't go on like this. Ziyue's speed was extremely fast. His body moved back and forth, but the sense of danger in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Because of the interference of the yin-yang purgatory spell, his speed was involuntarily affected. The battleship was slowly approaching, and it would not be long before it was within 1,000 feet of him. At that time, Immortal Tianhe could also attack him. Once he used the air-frozen pearl, Ziyue's face suddenly changed. After taking one step, he quickly took another step. Rumble! The yin-yang purgatory spell hit the place where he took the first step, shaking his protective spiritual light. As expected, as time passes, my situation will become more and more dangerous. As a late divine realm cultivator, Reverend Tianhe naturally had a way to predict his opponent's movements. He could calculate his opponent's position after 3 or 4 steps. His attacks would always make him feel extremely uncomfortable. Ziyue's expression was solemn. At this moment, he had already executed the grand essence ignition technique. Under the ignition of his essence force, even though his speed had increased, it was impossible to change the situation in a short period of time. Did it stop? Suddenly, Ziyue was slightly startled. He was not used to not attacking for a long time. However, the sound of the warship cutting through the sky did not stop. The sense of danger that hung in his heart did not recede. He did not dare to be careless at all. He hurried on his way and quickly rushed into a forest. The forest was lush with trees. Although it was not the 10,000 demon forest, there were some similarities. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, just as Ziyue was about to escape the attack range of the warship. Boom, 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 boom. 5 yin-yang hell curses exploded in succession, and like lightning, they quickly rushed towards Ziyue. Moreover, The 5 attacks seemed to form a 5-element chain formation, covering Ziyue's front, back, left, and right. Damn it, Ziyue was shocked. The 5 attacks connected, and even the void seemed to be frozen. There was actually a kind of solidified power locking down the area. Not to mention that Ziyue could not escape in a short period of time. Even if he could, he would not be able to escape the attack range of the 5 yin-yang hell curses. If I can't go to the sky, I'll go to the ground. Ziyue gritted his teeth and turned around, using the divine earth escape technique. In an instant, he directly rushed into the ground. Rumble. The earth rumbled, and the sky and the earth were turned upside down. The frightening attack enveloped an area of 10,000 feet in radius. It forcefully pressed down, causing the entire mountain forest to be destroyed. Countless strange beasts and demonic creatures that originally lived in this area were instantly incinerated into gas, dying a complete and utter death. Ziyue was very clear that it was not safe to just go 10 feet underground. The power of the yin-yang hell curses was extremely terrifying. The ground was burned for more than 10 feet, and the terrifying pressure could spread for more than 10 feet. Therefore, the moment he executed the divine earth escape technique, he did not care about the cost, and used the earth escape technique to drill into the ground. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, then he felt the terrifying attack landing on the top of his head. Under the powerful vibration, the powerful attack passed through the earth layer, layer upon layer, and instantly crushed his body. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the defensive techniques on his body, the 5 elements shield technique, the golden thread spiritual astral pearl, the heavenly cycle protective technique, the immortal glazed light, all shattered and shattered. Especially the gold thread spiritual astral bead. After countless uses, it finally couldn't bear the backlash of using all its power. With a chi sound, it exploded. It was completely destroyed. As for the crushing power of the earth, it did not lessen in the slightest, and rapidly landed on by Ziyue's body. Puff. Even though Ziyue's physical strength was incomparably strong, comparable to the late stage of the spirit detecting realm, or even the peak of the spirit detecting realm, he was still heavily injured at this moment. Not only was the origin energy in his body chaotic, but he also spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, I managed to survive. Ziyue's face was as red as gold, and he was in a very bad state. While trying to find joy in his misery, he forcefully took a breath, and a ball of black flame flashed. 7 fiend true fire. Sizzle. The blood he spat out was burned into nothingness and disappeared without a trace. He was very clear that immortal spell cultivators had all kinds of strange methods. No matter what was left behind, it was best not to appear in the hands of others, especially enemies. One had to know that the witchcraft sex killing cursed sex Jiao Lunke, who was killed by him, recorded a vicious method of using the enemy's personal belongings, such as blood, hair, and even used clothes to curse the enemy. Even if he had the personal belongings of Taoist Tianhe, such as a strand of hair, he could use the spirit-shattering technique, body-splitting technique, and divine annihilation technique to make his opponents suffer a great loss. He did not know whether the other party had such methods, but because he knew this, he did not dare to take the risk. Moreover, even without the killing curse technique, just relying on his blood to find his traces and then setting up a trap was extremely dangerous. In the world of immortal spells, it was not rare to see spells that used blood to track down traces. After wiping away the traces of blood, Ziyue did not dare to stop at all. He continued to use the earth escape technique and went deeper into the ground. 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet. Because of the earth's obstruction, the probing distance of divine sense and spiritual sense was greatly reduced. In Bai Ziyue's case, his divine sense could at most reach 30 feet below the ground, which was within 10 meters. Even if Taoist Tianhe's strength was 10 times stronger than him, he could at most reach 300 feet, and no more than 100 feet. Therefore, Bai Ziyue only felt a little safer after he was about 450 feet underground. Then, he quickly moved horizontally in a certain direction. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Zue did not know how long he had been traveling. Rushing underground, the consumption of spiritual energy was 10 times higher than on the ground. He used his spiritual energy to recover 3 times, and only when he felt that the sense of danger that shrouded him had completely disappeared did he gradually stop. Boom! 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 Daoist Tianhe controlled the floating warship and continuously attacked with a gloomy face. He had lost him. During this time, he jumped down from the warship and went underground to search. He only found traces of a ball of fire, and then found nothing. His mood suddenly became very gloomy. He did not expect that he could let an aperture enlightening realm cultivator escape from his hands with the warship's extreme speed. Martial Uncle. At this time, a group of people from the Celestial Spirit sect came from afar. Seeing this, their hearts sank. Escaped? Even their martial uncle, who was at the late stage of the God realm, could not catch up with him. In the ancient desolate realm, some people who were bold enough to approach were suddenly in an uproar. Just what kind of amazing methods did this by Zue have? How could he be so powerful and difficult to deal with? What the hell is going on? Why do we provoke such an opponent? Daoist Tianhe asked loudly. Everything is related to junior brother Hua, Wan Sheng. Immediately, a cultivator came forward and began to explain. Extremely stupid. Daoist Tianhe scolded angrily, his eyes extremely cold. He did not expect that this small matter, which could be easily solved, would cause such a big dispute. Now 2 God Realm disciples of the Celestial Spirit sect were killed. Even if he returned to the sect, it would be difficult for him to explain. Martial Uncle, what should we do next? Daoist Jinheng asked carefully. With his primordial qi, he can't run far. In the next few days, I will stay here, and you continue to complete the disciple selection. Fortunately, this time we can take in 2 peerless geniuses, otherwise. Daoist Tianhe glanced at the others coldly and then jumped onto the warship. In the warship, there was a sky-peaking array, which was very sensitive to spiritual energy. Once Zue absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to recover, he would be discovered. Since he was already an enemy, he would not let him go. However, 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed, until the end of the disciple selection in the ancient desolate realm, there was no news about Zue. In the end, he could only reluctantly give up. As for the shocking battle in the ancient desolate region, the news quickly spread throughout the ancient desolate region. The news that Zue, the Kunlun Taoist, was the first person in the Enlightenment realm since ancient times. The news that he killed 4 God realm experts was even more shocking. There were even meddlesome people who gave him the title of savage, but no one who heard of it was unwilling to accept it. Kunlun ruthless. Ruthless Zue. Chapter 401. Deep underground, in the area of 3,000 feet. My injuries this time are indeed quite serious. Zue coughed and spat out a cloud of blood mist. Daoist Tianhe's determined attack was far more powerful than when he had faced Bei Xian faction's sect master, Daoist Meng Chuan, in the past. In addition, he was in a hurry and did not have time to treat the injury. The injury that could have been healed in 2 or 3 days was delayed to 5 or 6 days. But fortunately, I escaped. Zue was relieved. With a slight movement of his divine sense, he took out several bottles of spiritual pills. He had a lot of healing pills with him. Most of them were obtained from the spoils of war. Although most of them were of low quality, he kept some of the good stuff. With a casual squash, the spiritual pills in the jade bottles spilled out. Vitality pill, internal organ channeling pill. All of them were second-grade recovery spiritual pills. He swallowed them all, following which his mind began to adjust the elemental energy in his body and quickly heal the injuries in his body. Under the circulation of the origin energy, the originally somewhat scattered origin energy instantly became stable again. His flesh and blood trembled, and the vitality spread, healing the internal injuries in his body little by little. Not a single trace was missed. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours a few days later. Ziyue finally sorted out the chaotic spiritual force, and the damage to his flesh and blood was greatly healed. The internal injuries have been completely healed, and my combat strength has also been restored. The remaining injuries can be healed after 1 or 2 days of self-healing by the spiritual force. With this thought in mind, Ziyue raised his eyes and looked at the attribute panel. After this battle, my soul energy has decreased from 7 million to a little over 500,000, and that's after killing Hua Wensheng. Otherwise, my spiritual energy might be completely exhausted this time. Ziyue sighed in his heart. This time, he had killed 4 divine realm experts in a row, including his 2 sworn enemies, Hua Wensheng and Miao Dingjin. Of course, this made him happy. However, when he encountered Sage Tianhe, who was at the late stage of the divine realm, he wasn't so happy. Therefore, although my strength isn't weak, there are still areas where I'm lacking. If he thought that he could do whatever he wanted, he probably wouldn't even know when he died. This was the case this time. If I had just killed Hua Wensheng and fled 1,000 miles away, then nothing would have happened. It's precisely because he didn't quit while he was ahead that led to the current situation. Ziyue analyzed the gains and losses of this battle. His heart trembled, and he became vigilant. Stay calm and don't be reckless. That's the way of the king. Of course, if he was given another chance, he would still make a move. However, when he made a move, he would be even swifter and more decisive, and he strove to flee 500 kilometers away if he failed to kill his target with a single strike. He absolutely wouldn't be entangled for a long period of time. And then there are the spoils of war. With a thought from Ziyue, Hua Wensheng's corpse appeared in front of him. In addition, there were 2 storage pouches. One was naturally Hua Wensheng's, and the other, Ziyue looked at it and estimated that it belonged to the Gu God sect master, Miao Dingjin. He was a little surprised. Because of the fierce battle before, he didn't have time to collect the spoils of war. Therefore, whether it was Daoist Yuan, Daoist Hao Yu, or the Gu God sect master, Miao Dingjin, or Daoist Miao, they could only be lost outside. He didn't expect that this time he picked up Hua Wensheng's corpse, but he also obtained Miao Dingjin's storage pouch from him. The value of a high-level cultivator's corpse is actually very high. Some cultivators who are good at grave robbing and fighting can even restore the truth from a cultivator's corpse. They can even pry into the mysteries of the cultivator's cultivation method and magic arts. Although I don't have such means, I have the mysterious and unparalleled great insight technique. It's not impossible to find something by careful observation. Ziyue naturally had a lot of curiosity about the God Realm experts. Maybe he could get some cultivation experience of such an expert, or even get some of the secrets of cultivation from the expert's mouth. However, it was not as good as looking at the corpse of the deity realm expert himself and seeing the truth from it. That would be much more rewarding. He didn't have any obsession with cleanliness in his heart, so he immediately used the great insight technique. In an instant, his gaze was cast on Hua Wensheng's corpse. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a long time, Ziyue slowly closed his eyes. There are traces of 2 cultivation methods in his body. One should be the Gu God sect cultivation method that he cultivated in his early days, the Gu God sect cultivation method. The other should be the Celestial Spirit sect's cultivation method. Among them, the Gu God sect only cultivated at the aperture opening realm. Except for the brain area, which was penetrated by my flying sword, there are a total of 392 acupoints. The Celestial Spirit sect cultivation method is obviously of a much higher level. The number of acupoints I saw was 583. The number of acupoints is estimated to be at least 600. Based on this point, it's reasonable for the Celestial Spirit sect to look down on the practitioners of the ancient Barren Realm. The number of acupoints ignited is directly related to the strength of the practitioner. Ziyue nodded silently, not surprised in his heart. As the top Celestial Spirit sect in the Firmament territory, there were many experts in it. Naturally, the cultivation methods they cultivated were of a higher level. In his opinion, a cultivation method with 600 acupoints was not enough. He guessed that the celestial spirits sect must have a cultivation method with more acupoints. 800 acupoints? 1,000 acupoints? It was possible, but that kind of cultivation method could only be cultivated by someone with great talent. Just from a number of acupoints, it is indeed difficult to pry into the cultivation method that the other party cultivates and how it operates. After all, it not only contains a set of effective cultivation principles, but also the operation of the cultivation method, the transformation of Yuanli and the absorption of Yuanli. These can't be seen from the corpse. In addition to the lack of other restoration techniques, the incomplete skull of the corpse was also one of the reasons. However, with the help of these acupoint imprints, the number of acupoints I found increased by another 7. Now, I only need 52 more to complete the collection. Bai Ziyue pondered, but he wasn't disappointed. In terms of cultivation techniques, he didn't have much hope. Being able to pry into 7 new acupoints from Hua Wensheng was already a surprise to him. Furthermore, what I gained more from him was the profound mysteries of divine will. The power of a God realm expert is not as simple as the fusion of Yuanli and divine thought. Ziyue's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. Then, with a thought, he summoned a ball of pitch-black flames and covered Hua Wensheng's corpse with a light touch. Sizzle. In a flash, Hua Wensheng's body was incinerated and vaporized. 2 magical treasures appeared on the spot where his corpse had been: a black divine saber and a golden cauldron. The black divine saber should be Hua Wensheng's natal magic treasure. In his hands, it can exert the greatest power. In my hands, it's just a low-grade magic treasure. Of course, even if it's a low-grade magic treasure, if I refine it, its power will be greater than when I use the Law Evasion Divine Sword. As for the Golden Cauldron, it's a defensive magic treasure. A top-grade, low-grade, defensive magic treasure. After refining it, it can directly block the full blow of an early-stage Divine Realm expert. If that's the case, I'll be able to raise my defense by a large margin. Ziyue had seen the terrifying defensive power of the Golden Cauldron. Now that it was in his hands, he felt a little satisfied. Then he looked at the 2 storage pouches. He wanted to see what kind of treasures were in the storage pouches of the 2 Divine Realm experts. With his mind wandering, Ziyue kept operating his divine sense to break the restriction. After a few hours, he relaxed his mind and finally opened the 2 storage pouches. Ziyue first looked at Miao Dingjin's storage pouch. There are not many spiritual tools, only 2 or 3. However, they're all top-grade spiritual tools. And this long talisman, is it the divine ability talisman that Hua Fifan used before? I didn't expect Miao Dingjin to have one on him. Although it's not very useful to me, it's still a good thing. It can be used as a trump card for an Aperture Enlightening Realm expert. Ziyue picked and chose. For him now, some relatively ordinary materials, magic tools, and even spirit stones could not attract his attention. What he paid more attention to were things that were useful to him or things that were priceless. Suddenly, a simple and unadorned jade box caught his attention. The jade box was sealed with a brand new Forbidden Seal talisman. From the marks on it, there should have been another Forbidden Seal talisman before this one. However, after the erosion of the River of Time, the Forbidden Seal talisman had been corroded and even left behind deep marks. Ziyue lifted the Prohibition talisman and opened the jade box. Suddenly, a 3-finger-wide, 2-inch-long black jade appeared in front of him. Seeing this thing, Ziyue was shocked and said with some emotion, "Profound, nascent, soul-nourishing jade? This is the profound, nascent, soul-nourishing jade? It is said that it can specially heal the soul damage of a cultivator. Even if the divine sense is seriously injured, even if half of the 7 souls and 6 spirits are lost, as long as the soul is placed in this profound, nascent soul-nourishing jade, it can be restored to its original state. Although this profound, nascent soul-nourishing jade is small, if you exchange it with a mortal Tianhe, he will definitely be willing to give you a deity pill. Of course, he would not exchange it with a mortal Tianhe, but it was enough to prove the preciousness of this profound, nascent, soul-nourishing jade. Judging from the marks on this jade box, it should be an item from at least thousands of years ago. Yes, before Miaodingjin came to the ancient Desolation City, they all went to the Astral Wind Canyon. This profound, nascent, soul-nourishing jade is very likely what he obtained from the ruins in the Astral Wind Canyon. Zue silently looked at the jade box and soon had a guess. Chapter 402. The Black Infant Soul-Nourishing Jade was undoubtedly precious. Zue put it away solemnly. Next, there were some jade slip records. There were more than 10 jade slip records. Originally, Zue was looking forward to seeing if he could find a divine skill of the Gu God sect, Golden Single Chi Sword. Naturally, he found nothing. However, there were many good things recorded in these jade slip records. Encyclopedia of Gu Insects, 13 Gu Insects in the South, Secret Record of Gu Insect Cultivation, Poison Scripture. There's a lot of knowledge about Gu insects, as well as the corresponding poisonous insects and poison formulas. Some Gu insects and poisons could even threaten a Golden Core Realm cultivator, let alone a Divine Realm cultivator. Seeing these, Zue couldn't help but be shocked. Fortunately, many legendary Gu insects and poisons have gradually become extinct because of the lack of materials, the change of environment, and the huge cost of resources. In addition, the Gu God sect obtained the Golden Single Chi Sword hundreds of years ago. Most of the focus is on this powerful divine skill. Otherwise, the Gu God sect will be a little tricky to develop all kinds of Gu insects. Zue thought silently and put away these jade slip records. These things could not only increase his knowledge, but also play an unexpected role at a critical moment. Then, there was Hua Wunxing's storage bag. There's so few things. There's not even a spiritual weapon. There are only 7 spiritual talismans in a small stack. Although most of them are second-grade spiritual talismans, for a Divine Realm expert, this is a little. Bai Ziyue was perplexed by the emptiness in the storage bag. Something is wrong. Bai Ziyue's divine sense swept out gently. With a flip of his hand, a small golden bottle landed in his hand. Inside the small bottle was a golden elixir. Its spiritual energy was completely restrained, but on the elixir, there were layers upon layers of rune-like patterns that covered the elixir. This is a third-grade spiritual pill. It is a third-grade spiritual pill. Zue thought in his heart and looked carefully at the spiritual pill in his hand. As if thinking of something, he quickly rummaged in his storage bag and found a jade slip record. 3 Mountains and 9 Waters, Myriad Pill Treasure Record. The 3 Mountains and 9 Rivers Myriad Pill Treasure Record was what Ziyue had obtained from Taoist Liujue's storage pouch in the Liujue cave abode. Although there weren't any specific alchemy methods or pill recipes recorded in the book, there were detailed records of the appearance, use, and identification methods of all kinds of pills from the 1st grade to the 5th grade. In total, there were more than 10,000 types of pills. There were many pills that Ziyue had never even heard of, let alone seen. However, the various effects of the pills were still an eye-opener for him. Now that he had encountered a spirit pill that he couldn't identify, he naturally thought of the 3 Mountains and 9 Rivers Myriad Pill Treasure Record. As his divine consciousness swept past, Bai Ziyue's gaze immediately fell on the introduction of the Grade 3 spirit pills in the jade slip. After a long time, Ziyue's eyes shone brightly. He hurriedly used various methods to verify the pill in his hand. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Golden Bone Jade Skin Path Establishment Pill. Golden Bone Jade Skin Path Establishment Pill. I didn't expect this pill to be the Golden Bone Jade Skin Path Establishment Pill. Ziyue was instantly excited and felt very surprised. The Golden Bone Jade Flesh Dao Establishing Pill was considered a top-notch treasure among the 3rd grade spirit pills. Like the Deity Pill, it was also a spirit pill for cultivators in the Aperture Awakening realm. However, in terms of value, it was even more valuable than the Deity Pill. According to the records of the 3 Mountains and 9 Waters Myriad Pill Treasure Record, This spirit pill could directly cast a supreme Tao foundation, allowing the cultivator's potential to increase infinitely. For example, a cultivator at the aperture opening realm, his aptitude, foundation, and potential would only allow him to ignite 500 acupoints. If he continued to ignite more acupoints, not only would the price be huge, but the time it would take would also be infinitely long. Just like Hua Wensheng, why did he break through to the God realm when he was less than 100 years old? It was because he felt the limit and knew that if he continued to persist, not only would it be difficult for his strength to improve, but the cost of spiritual power was also not something he could bear. The Golden Bone Jade Skin Path Establishment Pill was a kind of spirit pill that broke this limit. It could greatly strengthen the foundation, increase the cultivator's potential, and greatly increase the number of acupoints ignited. Moreover, in addition, this spirit pill could strengthen the body and make the cultivator build a strong physique with golden bones and jade skin. Although this spirit pill has some effect on the God realm experts, the cultivator at the aperture opening realm can make the most of its effect. Hua Wensheng has such a precious spirit pill, but he didn't use it. Could it be that he prepared it for his son, Hua Fifan? Ziyue's heart suddenly moved, and he could not help but guess. Otherwise, if he had such a precious spirit pill, wouldn't he have swallowed it long ago? Only in order to train his son, he would pay such a huge price to buy this spiritual pill. He wanted his son, Hua Fifan, to build a supreme foundation and ignite more acupoints so that his son could go further in the future. In the end, his son died, but in the end, it still benefited me. Ziyue's thoughts were complicated, and a trace of excitement gradually appeared on his face. He was very clear that his aptitude was not high, and his potential was limited. The reason why he could ignite 1,080 acupoints was that he relied on the attribute panel to forcibly increase it. In terms of potential, he estimated that he could only ignite 500 to 600 acupoints at most, and then he would not be able to increase it. And this spirit pill might not be as useful to him as other cultivators at the aperture opening realm. After all, under the effect of the attribute panel, the concept of aptitude was useless to him. But the effect of building golden bones and jade skin was enough to tempt him. He was still in the aperture opening realm, so he could use this spirit pill to its maximum effect. However, he suppressed the thought of swallowing the golden bone jade flesh path establishing pill for the time being. Instead, he began to check the other treasures on Hua Wensheng's body. Then his gaze fell on the jade slips. Heavenly Spirit True Technique, Great Tao Saber Technique, 23-story sword chi. Ziyue's eyes lit up. Heavenly Spirit True Technique, from the name, it could be seen that it was the main cultivation technique of the Heavenly Spirit sect. It should be the main cultivation technique he discovered when he examined Hua Wensheng's body through the Great Hole observation technique. One must know that the number of acupoints he saw was as many as 583, and in fact, it might be even more. It was definitely the strongest cultivation technique he had ever seen or heard of. Heavenly Spirit True Technique, containing 609 acupoints. It's really powerful. Although I can't use it anymore, the Koreans' cultivation philosophy and the cultivation technique diagram on the development of acupoints are a great inspiration to me. With this cultivation technique, I can definitely complete the self-created cultivation technique I didn't complete last time. Give me some time, and the cultivation technique I will create will definitely contain more than 600, 800, or even 1,000 acupoints. Ziyue's confidence grew. As for the Great Tao Saber Technique, it's a technique to control flying daggers, and its effect is actually not much different from my One Sword Breaks All spells. They are both techniques to control weapons, but one is performed with flying daggers, while the other is performed with flying swords. However, the 23-story sword chi is quite exquisite. The power of each sword chi of the 23-story sword chi is stronger than the previous one. When the 23rd sword chi is slashed out, its power is said to be no less than a divine ability. In other words, this technique is actually comparable to my great immortal martial handprint, a powerful technique that can erupt with power comparable to a divine ability. It's just that the great immortal martial handprint requires the assistance of the great immortal martial handprint and the immortal martial true body, but the 23-story sword chi doesn't need to do so. Moreover, this technique can be used to attack directly with sword chi and can also be attached to the flying sword and be used in combination with the flying sword. Ziyue couldn't help but be a little shocked. Compared to a divine ability, the power of his flying sword was actually relatively weaker. Although it was because the quality of the divine sword was lower, it had to be said that the divine ability that he could directly cultivate to perfection and greatly increase its power was indeed a little too powerful. It was more powerful than a magic treasure. Now, with the support of this sword chi technique, the power of his flying sword might be able to catch up and be comparable to a divine ability. It was definitely a good thing. In the next few days, Ziyue still stayed in the depths of the underground. Other than silently circulating the vital energy in his body to nourish his body and heal his injuries, he had been refining the two magic treasures that belonged to Hua Wensheng: Black Divine Saber, Golden Cauldron. Finally, Ziyue's body suddenly trembled, and he felt a sense of clarity emerging from his body. Immediately, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. His injuries were completely healed. With my injuries completely healed, I have no more worries. Now it's time to consume the Golden Bone Jade Flesh Dao Establishing Pill. Ziyue thought to himself. With a flip of his hand, a small golden bottle appeared in his hand. Ziyue opened the small bottle and looked at the clear, glassy spirit pill with various mysterious patterns. Without hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. The pill melted in his mouth, and there was a sweet taste. Immediately after, Ziyue's body trembled, and he immediately felt a fierce, powerful, and domineering force that seemed to want to completely destroy his body, but also seemed to be filled with infinite vitality, doing its best to repair his body. It surged from his throat to his limbs and bones, and into every corner of his body. Sizzle, as if he was being boiled in a pot of oil, or more like being refined in a flame. Ziyue clearly felt a kind of pain. The destructive and domineering force broke his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones bit by bit, and then repaired and reassembled bit by bit. Pain, itchiness, soreness, and then there was a kind of warmth that felt like entering a mother's womb. Ziyue was transforming and welcoming a new life. Chapter 403: Golden Bones and Jade Flesh, Invincible Body. Ziyue slowly opened his eyes and carefully sensed the changes in his body. He could not help but sigh with emotion. At this moment, he clearly felt that he was different. He did not use the heavenly cycle origin energy in his body. He only used his body. With a slight shake, a stream of gang chi quickly burst out and hit the mud wall underground. The mud wall 1,000 meters below the ground was extremely hard. It was not weaker than a rock. Boom! The gang chi directly sank into the mud wall, almost bottomless. Under the vibration of the gang chi, a large piece of the mud wall fell down with a clatter. Strength into gang chi. He gently squeezed his hands. Immediately, there was an explosive sound as if he was squeezing the air. Powerful and terrifying, like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. In terms of aptitude, I don't know how much I have improved because I don't have a specific cultivation. However, the strength of my body is really too strong. It is almost comparable to a great demon at the peak of the spirit detecting realm who is good at defense. Moreover, under the golden bones and jade flesh, my body is not as hard and rough as those body refining cultivators. Instead, it is very delicate and flexible. Well, it is a little soft and smooth to the touch, like a newborn baby. However, if a knife or sword pierces it, it can be easily blocked and automatically deflected by the gang chi. Ziyue carefully felt the changes in his body. He even reached out and pinched his skin. Feeling the delicacy and flexibility in it, he was very happy. It has been 10 days since the battle. I don't know how the outside world is. Now that my combat strength has recovered to its peak and my body has become stronger after the transformation of the golden bones and jade flesh path establishing pill, it is time to go out. Most importantly, since the plan to leave the ancient barren region with the help of the celestial spirit sex floating warship has failed, I have to make a choice and choose a new route to leave this region. Ziyue's gaze turned and gradually calmed down. He immediately began to think. With the speed of his growth, it would be a waste of time to continue to stay in this region. Whether it was cultivation resources, cultivation methods, or spiritual spells, or even the speed of obtaining soul energy, they could no longer support his rapid advancement. At most, he could maintain the God Realm. But now that he knew that above the God Realm was the Gold Core Realm, and above the Gold Core Realm was the Primordial Soul Realm, he was naturally unwilling to be a frog at the bottom of a well. He wanted to jump out of this cage as soon as possible. By the way, Fanxingyu left me a jade slip. She said that it contains the routes that the Jiuhua Immortal Palace took to venture into the extraterritorial lands over the years. Ziyue's eyes suddenly lit up, and with a thought, he took out the jade slip that Fanxingyu had given him. His divine sense swept across the area. In an instant, the records in the book appeared in his mind. I've long known that the ancient desolate region is a huge cage. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to travel to the outer regions from here. The Astral Wind Canyon had 3 paths leading to the outer realm. Even though the astral winds were still resting, it was still a path of certain death. The 100,000 mountains and the boundless sea domain were also filled with danger. According to the records in the Jade Slip, there were a total of 83 groups of people from the Jiuhua Immortal Palace who had left the 100,000 mountains and the boundless ocean for the outer realm. Among them, there were 21 groups in the boundless ocean and 62 groups in the 100,000 mountains. Each group was a small team of more than 5 people. In the end, only 2 groups of people who left the boundless sea domain on a ship were able to pass through successfully. One of them did not encounter any danger. The other group had a slim chance of survival. Out of the 35 people on the ship, only 3 survived. As for the 62 groups of people who left the 100,000 mountains, at least 53 groups were completely annihilated. The remaining 9 groups mostly lost more than half of their members before they were able to pass through the 100,000 mountains and reach the extraterritorial lands. Moreover, without exception, these people never returned to the ancient desolate region. After a long time, Ziyue's face revealed a trace of a complicated expression. Naturally, the Jade Slip did not only record these key information, but also many route maps that went deep into the 100,000 mountains. However, at most, it only recorded up to a depth of 300 miles. There were only some sporadic introductions for those further away. It was estimated that there were records of people who had given up and returned from the 300-mile area. As for the records further away, it was estimated that some people who had passed through the 100,000 mountains had used ultra-long distance voice transmission talismans to give some oral introductions. Naturally, it was not detailed enough. There are dangers everywhere, and every step is filled with murderous intent. Just from these records, there are as many as 27 deity realm demons. Among them, there are 7 who are suspected to be Golden Core realm demons, and 1 who is suspected to be Essence Soul realm demons. Ziyue took a deep breath and also felt that it was a little tricky. However, since others could pass through, he did not believe that he could not pass through with his own means. Right, Hudali. Regardless, Hudali is the demon king of the forest of 10,000 demons. Is only a river away from the 100,000 mountains. He probably knows more about the 100,000 mountains than what is recorded in the Jade Slip. Thinking of this, Ziyue hurriedly summoned a golden pagoda with his heart. Demon subduing pagoda. Buzz. The demon subduing pagoda vibrated, and after a ball of light flashed, a huge white tiger great demon appeared in front of him. Master. White tiger great demon greeted respectfully. After more than 10 days of recuperation, White Tiger Great Demon's injuries had recovered a lot. Although his aura was a little weak, there was nothing serious. How much do you know about the 100,000 mountains? If I want to pass through, do you have a way? Ziwa did not hesitate and asked straightforwardly, Master, do you want to cross the 100,000 mountains? White Tiger Great Demon was shocked and hesitated for a moment before saying, Although I'm considered impressive in a small place like the forest of 10,000 demons, I'm nothing in the 100,000 mountains. There are many great demons in there. As far as I know, there are more than 20 great demons in the God realm. And this is because my area of activity is only nearby. At most, it is 800 miles deep into the 100,000 mountains. I don't know how many demon kings are hidden in there and how powerful they are. Master, if you really want to cross over, I can only bring you through 800 kilometers at most. I can't go any further than that. After 800 kilometers, it'll be the territory of another demon lord. If I dare to step in and expose my aura, I'll definitely die. Demon lord? Is it a golden core realm demon lord? How many golden core realm demon lords are there? Essence soul realm demon ancestors? Ziyu asked immediately. That's right. The 800 miles near the forest of 10,000 demons belongs to the gold-armored demon lord. There are two great demon lords near the gold-armored demon lord, the silver snake demon lord and the black feather demon lord. As for how many demon lords there are in the 100,000 mountains, I don't know, but there are definitely more than I imagined. As for the essence soul realm demon ancestors, I've only heard of the hill sky fox demon ancestor. If there are more, I won't be able to come into contact with them. Hudali replied in awe and longing. Gold-armored demon lord, silver snake demon lord, black feather demon lord, and the sky fox essence soul realm demon ancestor. Ziyu's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he asked in confusion, Then why are those demon lords staying in the 100,000 mountains obediently and not attacking the ancient barren region? As far as he knew, in the entire ancient barren region, the strongest was only at the deity realm. Once the demon kings of the 100,000 mountains were mobilized, even one of them would be enough to cause a devastating blow to the entire cultivation world. However, he did not seem to have heard of any golden core realm demon lord who really entered the ancient barren region to cause destruction. One had to know that the relationship between the demon clan and humans was definitely not harmonious. Most of the time, they were food for each other. They can't come out. Between the 100,000 mountains and the ancient barren region, there is an isolation array that was specially set up by the human clan experts. The isolation array naturally repels the auras of other races apart from the human clan. Not only demon lords above the Golden Core realm, but even great demons above the God realm would not be able to pass through it easily and would suffer a backlash. The stronger the demon lord is, the stronger the backlash. For an early-stage God realm great demon like me, there might be a chance of survival if I pass through it. However, once a Golden Core realm demon lord passes through it, I will definitely die. Hudali shook his head and said, I see. Ziyue suddenly realized that he did not know as much about the ancient barren region as he had imagined. This place definitely contained a huge secret. For example, the ancient barren city with the fifth great array? How did the astral wind canyon form? And the isolation array of the 100,000 mountains? It is said that when the entire ancient barren region was at its peak, there were more than 100 primordial soul stage experts and more than 1,000 golden cores. Even if there was a huge change 7,000 years ago, it is impossible that there were no experts left. Ziyue could not help but ponder. Then, he shook his head and gave up thinking. The environment here had changed drastically. Even if there were experts left behind, they would not stay in the ancient barren region. Not to mention that 7,000 years had passed. Even primordial soul stage experts would have exhausted their lifespan, unless they continued to make breakthroughs. I guess even the 7 major sects do not know about these secrets. After all, the Jihua Fairy Palace, which has the longest inheritance, only has a history of 3,000 years. Now, the most important thing for me is to go to the outer region. If the Astral Wind Canyon does not work, I can only choose between the Endless Sea Domain and the 100,000 Mountains. The endless sea domain is too dangerous in a vast sea. Although there are people who have passed through without encountering any danger, I cannot count on such luck. In addition, sailing in the sea depends on the strength of a group. I need a sturdy ship and a crew to steer the ship. Once the ship is destroyed, I will almost certainly die. Therefore, the path I should take is the 100,000 mountains. Zua analyzed carefully, and his gaze gradually became determined. Since the route has been decided, I should make some preparations for it. However, before that, I still have to collect as many acupoints as possible. I have to collect a total of 1,296 acupoints. In that case, I will have to make a trip to the major sections. Ziyue knew that only the 7 major sects with deep foundations would be able to collect as many acupoints as possible. Therefore, he planned to go straight to the sects of these major sects and make a friendly deal with them. Chapter 404. It's another cycle. The battle for the 12 spots that happens once every 30 years is finally over. I thought the 2 peerless geniuses and the top 10 geniuses would be the most dazzling ones this time. However, they were all overshadowed by one person. That's to be expected. He's only at the peak of the aperture in Lightning Realm, but he managed to kill 4 Divine Realm experts, including 2 from the Celestial Spirit sect. He even managed to escape from Immortal Tianhe, who was at the late stage of the Divine Realm. Who wouldn't be convinced? Who would dare to be unconvinced? It's said that some people have crowned him as the top expert in the ancient Barren Realm. Even the Palace Master of Jiuhua, Immortal Palace, publicly said that he wouldn't dare to be his enemy. Who are you talking about? The Kunlun Taoist, Ziyue, the legendary Ruthless Man. That's right. However, since the battle that day, there's been no news of him. I wonder how he is now. It's said that he was hit by Immortal Tianhe. Even if he didn't die, he must have suffered an unimaginable injury. It's even possible that he has already died. No way. In a marketplace, all kinds of discussions were incessant. During this period of time, the most popular thing for all the cultivators in the world was naturally the earth-shattering battle in the ancient Barren City. All kinds of discussions about it always caused exclamations and made countless cultivators yearn for it. Ziyue changed his appearance and stayed in a restaurant like a young cultivator. In just half an hour, he heard no less than 10 discussions about himself. Of course, he also learned a lot of information from this. Fan Xingyu and Zhao Yu have successfully boarded the hovering warship because of their peerless talents. In addition, Duan Xingxin from the Chiuyang sect also got a place and boarded the hovering warship. However, the one who won the first place is not any of them, but the 3rd prince of the Zhao family of the Wu country, who is at the peak of the aperture in Lightning Realm and has a special bloodline, Zhao Qilin. The Celestial Spirit sect seems to have given up on tracking me. The warship is now docked in the Gangwen Canyon. It will take another 10 days before it sets sail again and returns to the Celestial Spirit sect in the Firmament territory. The Jiuhua Fairy Palace, the Chaoyang sect, the royal family of the Wu Kingdom, and the other 7 or 8 forces all took the deity elixir to make a breakthrough. 3 of them succeeded and became immortals of the deity realm. Their lifespan was extended to 800 years. Ziyue carefully combed through, his eyes revealing a thoughtful look. However, in my opinion, the Gu God sect is the most unlucky one. This time, even the sect leader and the 5 elders of the Gu God sect were all killed. If the Grand Elder of the Gu God sect wasn't at the God realm, the Gu God sect would have been kicked out of the top 7 sections. The discussion in the restaurant did not end. Just at this moment, another voice rang out. It was filled with emotion. Even so, because of what the Gu God sect has done these years, they will have a hard time. I heard that because they schemed against the peerless genius of the Jiuhua Fairy Palace, Fan Xingyu, and the grudge between the 2 sides in the past, they have become irreconcilable enemies. This time, the Jiuhua Fairy Palace is planning to settle the score with the Gu God sect. You know, the Jiuhua Fairy Palace has 4 experts of the God realm. including the immortal Li Hua who has just broken through to the God realm with the help of the deity elixir. This time, except for the immortal Li Hua who has just broken through, the other three experts have all set out on the road to the Goo God sect. This time, even if the Goo God sect is not annihilated, it will definitely suffer a great loss and completely decline. They can only blame themselves for provoking by Ziyue, a peerless, ruthless person of all people. You know, Ziyue has the record of flattening a mountain and destroying a stronghold, an immortal cultivation sect. While countless people were sighing with emotion, Ziyue had already thrown down a few spirit stones and stood up directly. Originally, he was still thinking about which immortal cultivation sect he should go to for the transaction. Now, his goal was finally clear. In the 10,000 venomous insect forest in the southern mountains. The scorching sun hung in the sky, scorching the ground, turning it yellow. The orange-red miasma covered the sky and the earth, shrouding thousands of miles. The rays of the scorching sun shone through the miasma, mixing with various kinds of poisonous chi, rotten smell, and various kinds of terrifying auras. It would not be long before one's body was poisoned, causing all kinds of discomfort. The Goo God sect is indeed a big immortal cultivation sect with a history of 2,500 years. With the help of the poisonous miasma, they formed a superior third-grade protective formation, the purple cloud poisonous gas formation. With our strength, it's really difficult to break it in a short time. In a high mountain, there was a mobile palace. In the palace, Immortal Fengxia's eyes showed obvious reluctance. The defensive power of the purple cloud poisonous gas formation is actually not that strong. With the strength of the three of us, if we attack with all our strength, we can break it after a long time. However, the backlash of the poisonous gas is very troublesome. Even if we're in the divine realm, we can at most hold on for 30 minutes. After that, the poisonous gas will enter our body and affect our strength. Once Qiao Qianbai of the Goo God sect finds an opportunity, we'll be in danger. This old poisonous man is the most insidious. He's also one of the few in the Goo God sect who has refined the natal venomous insect. He's very difficult to deal with. Immortal Xueling, the supreme elder of the Jiuhua Immortal Palace, said with a solemn face, "In order to break this purple cloud poisonous gas formation, in addition to all of us attacking with all our strength, we also need someone who can guard against Qiao Qianbai's sneak attack. Only then can we ensure that nothing goes wrong and smoothly break the formation." Why not? Let's call what to. Immortal Fengxia could not help but suggest. No, just in case, our 9 Radiance Immortal Palace needs a God Realm expert to hold down the fort. Immortal Yu Shu, the palace master of the Jiuhua Immortal Palace, shook his head and said resolutely, "So, this time, we're really going to return empty-handed? Although we've destroyed most of the outposts of the Goo God sect, those forces are not important to the Goo God sect at all. This time, the Goo God sect's strength has been greatly reduced. I guess it will take at least a few decades for them to recover. If we miss this opportunity, it won't be so easy to get another one." Immortal Xueling could not help but say with hesitation. The Jiuhua Immortal Palace and the Goo God sect had been enemies for generations. They could not wait to kill each other completely. Now that the sect master of the Goo God sect and the 5 elders were dead, they were at their weakest point. She would not let go of this opportunity easily. Palace Master, Supreme Elder, Marshal Ant Fengxia, the Kunlun Taoist is here. He said that he can help us break the protective mountain array of the Goo God sect. At this moment, a beautiful cultivator hurriedly walked into the palace and greeted the 3 reverends respectfully. She said excitedly, "Thank you for your help." "Who is it?" "The Kunlun Taoist." "Ziyue? Invite him in." "No, I'll go and welcome him directly." The 3 immortals of the Jiuhua Immortal Palace were shocked. Their bodies trembled as they hurriedly rushed out. There are countless poisonous insects in the 10,000 insect forest. If it weren't for the poisonous miasma, it would be a good place to stay. Ziyue looked at the attribute panel and was surprised by the increase of his soul energy. Even if the increase in soul power each time wasn't much, at most a few dozen or 100, or at least a single digit, it was still a huge amount. He estimated that if he stayed here for a day, his soul energy would increase by more than 300,000 points even if he did nothing. After a while, the three immortals of the Jiuhua Immortal Palace came out of the palace and greeted him. Greetings, Kunlun Taoist. I'm Yushu. I didn't know that the Kunlun Taoist was coming. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Immortal Shuailing said. Greetings, Kunlun Taoist. Immortal Fengxiao looked at Ziyue with a complicated expression and greeted him unnaturally. In the immortal spell world, strength was everything. Although Ziyue was only in the enlightened immortal spell realm, the battle in the ancient Desolation City had already established his invincibility. Therefore, even if the three of them were stronger in terms of immortal spell realm, they did not dare to be negligent. You're too polite. Speaking of which, I have to thank the Jade Book Palace Master for her help, Ziyue said with a smile. During the battle in the ancient Desolation City, he had noticed that the Palace Master of the Jiuhua Immortal Palace had secretly helped him block the two early Divine Realm experts under Fan Qingyu's plea. Otherwise, he would have had to face more enemies back then. It's just a small matter. It's nothing. The Jade Book Palace Master smiled and felt gratified. She quickly waved her hand and said, "Please." Ziyue nodded and stepped into the palace with them. Around them, hundreds of disciples of the Jiuhua Immortal Palace looked at Ziyue curiously and excitedly. Kunlun Taoist, please have a seat. I wonder if you meant what you said when you came to help us break the Gu God Sect's protective array? Immortal Yushu, the palace master of the Jiuhua Immortal Palace, looked at Ziyue eagerly and asked. Of course it's true. Ziyue nodded and continued. However, I have a condition. Please say it. Immortal Yushu was not surprised. Even though she had indeed helped Bai Ziyue block the two deity realm masters, it was ultimately because Bai Ziyue had saved Fan Qingyu. After all, the Jiuhua Immortal Palace did not have any relationship with him. If there weren't any conditions, she would really be worried about what the other party was planning. I want the 9 Radiant Celestial Finger, the map of all the acupoints and divine powers that the Jiuhua Immortal Palace has collected. In addition, once the mountain gate of the Gu God Sect is broken, I hope to obtain all the acupoints and divine powers of the Gu God Sect, the golden single chi sword. Bai Ziyue said straightforwardly without hesitation. Chapter 405. Impossible. Reverend Fengxiao's expression changed drastically as she refused. Isn't your request a bit too much? Reverend Water Spirit's expression turned ugly. I can give you the location map, but the 9 Splendor Immortal Finger is out of the question. This is the ultimate technique of the 9 Splendor Immortal Palace. Only the disciples of the 9 Splendor Immortal Palace can possess it. Reverend Yushu was relatively calm, but her tone was filled with determination. What if I'm willing to exchange it for spatial bending? Ziyue pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Is it the movement divine ability that fellow Taoist used before? Reverend Water Spirit asked impatiently. That's right. Ziyue nodded. Everyone's mind was suddenly shaken. Bai Ziyue's agility divine ability had been fully displayed in the previous battle. Everyone wished that they could possess such speed divine ability so that they would be invincible in the innate realm. If they could exchange the 9 Splendor Immortal Finger for spatial bending. Reverend Water Spirit and Reverend Fengxiao's eyes revealed a trace of splendor. Then, they looked at Reverend Yushu with a hopeful expression. You're really making things difficult for us. To be honest, I'm tempted. However, the 9 Splendor Immortal Finger was created by the 9 Splendor Immortal Palace's ancestral Master Qingyu. She once set down an ancestral rule that only those of the 9 Splendor Immortal Palace can impart it. The teachings of our ancestors are hard to disobey. Even if fellow Taoists' movement divine ability is indeed what we need, we dare not teach it to you so easily. Reverend Yushu shook her head helplessly. Reverend Water Spirit and Reverend Fengxiao's eyes suddenly dimmed. Oh, seems like I'm being rude. Ziyue's face revealed a trace of surprise. He didn't expect that this technique was created by the Nine Splendor Immortal Palace's ancestral master. After thinking about it, he didn't insist. Although he wanted this Nine Splendor Celestial Finger, he was actually not determined to obtain it. After all, he already had the divine light of annihilation. Both of them were offensive, mystical abilities, and there was no difference between them. The increase in his strength was also extremely small, so there was not much difference whether he had it or not. The reason he brought it up was just to give it a try. Then, are you still willing to help? Reverend Yu Shu asked hesitantly. Let's set off, lest any undue delay brings trouble. Ziyue said and looked at the mountain gate of the Gu God sect. Set off. Taoist Master Yu Shu was overjoyed and hurriedly gave the order. The truly troublesome part of the purple cloud poison gas formation is the backlash from the purple cloud poison gas. It could penetrate the defensive power of a cultivator's body directly. Even a divine realm cultivator could only withstand it for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Although you are powerful, your cultivation level is still not high enough. Therefore, the three of us will attack the formation while you guard against Xiao Qianbai, the supreme elder of the Gu God sect. What do you think? Reverend Yu Shu looked at Ziyue and asked, how long will it take for you to break this formation after you attack it? Ziyue frowned. Because the old poisonous monster is always guarding the center of the formation, and there are many disciples of the Gu God sect supporting him. Therefore, before their origin energy was exhausted, the purple cloud poison chi grand array was able to constantly operate and maintain its vitality. If the three of us work together, it will take about 2 incense sticks to burn to break it. Reverend Feng Xia said proudly. In other words, as long as the attack is stronger and breaks the critical point of their Yuan Qi input, the formation could be broken in one go? Ziyue asked calmly. That's right. However, it's too difficult. I estimate that if we want to do this, we will have to at least burst out a power comparable to a late divine realm cultivator's full-strength attack. Reverend Shui Ling shook her head and sighed. She naturally understood this. However, if the three of them worked together, it would at most be equivalent to a mid-divine realm cultivator's full-strength attack. They would not be able to break the critical point and break the formation. Forgive me for being blunt, but it can be done. Ziyue shook his head and then rushed to the sky. He did not want to wait to break the formation as soon as possible. He lightly raised his palm and swiftly threw it out from top to bottom. Rumble. It was as if it covered the sky and covered the sun. Immediately, an incomparably huge palm print appeared between heaven and earth. It turned from illusory to corporeal and appeared. Then, Ziyue slightly pointed at it. Sizzle. A ball of spiritual light that was full of destruction and death was formed quickly. It flashed slightly and quickly covered the palm print in the void. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The two spells collided with each other and fused together, quickly forming an extremely solid palm print with golden light. Immortal Martial Great Palm Print. Ziyue slightly pointed at it and threw out a palm print. This palm, oh no, everyone, operate the formation at full strength. In the Gu God sect, Xiao Qianbai, who was still relaxed, was shocked. He quickly operated the formation at full strength and activated it to the maximum. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire purple cloud poisonous gas array suddenly rose up like a purple cloud, covering the sky and the earth. A strong corrosive aura spread out in all directions. Even though they were thousands of meters away, a flock of cloudbirds that happened to be flying by were like drunkards. They staggered and fell to the ground, losing the ability to resist. Rumble. It was as if a mountain had collapsed and the sky had collapsed. The immortal martial great palm print suddenly flashed and quickly pressed down on the purple cloud poisonous gas formation. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The purple cloud poisonous gas formation condensed slightly and immediately released endless spiritual light. The light was extremely bright. However, in an instant, this light suddenly dimmed. It was constantly being bombarded by the palm print, constantly falling down and shrinking. Finally, at a certain moment, Puff, puff, puff. Many disciples of the Gu God sect trembled, and their spiritual energy went out of control. They spat out a mouthful of blood, and their faces turned pale. The shocking poisonous fog rolled back and made a horrible sizzling sound. It quickly covered the bodies of the cultivators. Many cultivators of the Gu God sect, who were already severely injured, quickly turned black and dark yellow. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators died. Even Xiao Qianbai, who was at the center of the formation, was shaken. If he had not thrown out a yellowed talisman in advance to block most of the backlash of the spiritual energy, he would have suffered irreparable injuries. The void was crushed, and the spiritual energy was vibrating. The poisonous fog, which was originally covering the sky and the earth, immediately spread out and restored the clarity of the void. The purple cloud poisonous gas formation was broken. Everyone was stunned. Immortal Yu Shu and the others, who had planned to attack with all their might, were even more stunned. A superior third-grade formation was broken with one blow. His palm was comparable to the full blow of a late-stage divine realm expert. Even though they had long guessed that Bai Ziyue's strength was extremely strong, and his attack power was far superior to an ordinary cultivator at the early stage of the divine realm, such as Reverend Yu Shu, Reverend Phoenix Dawn, and the others who had witnessed his attack with their own eyes, they had never imagined that his attack power would actually be so tyrannical. Compared to that, what were they worth? A sense of awe from the bottom of their hearts could not help but show up. Kill. After all, Immortal Yu Shu was a divine realm immortal. She quickly realized that it was not the time to ask questions. She shouted in a low voice and turned into a ray of green light, rushing toward the Gu God sect. Immortal Water Spirit, Immortal Feng Xia, and the others quickly followed and rushed toward the Gu God sect. Spiritual energy plus 45623, plus 53235, plus 267122, plus 156,423. Wave after wave of increase in Bai Ziyue's spirit power value flashed past his eyes. He did not participate in the killing. Countless disciples of the Juhua Celestial Palace turned into sharp knives and stabbed the disciples of the Gu God sect. Die! Immortal Yu Shu's eyes were cold, as if an immortal was guiding the way. In an instant, there was a ray of light that shot out. Divine power, Juhua Celestial Finger. Xiao Qianbai, who was already suffering from the backlash of the array, was shocked and lowered his head. A huge bloody hole quickly appeared where his heart was. At the moment when his heart was pierced, his life-venomous insect suddenly froze and fell down. Dead. The venomous insect was connected to his life. When Xiao Qianbai died, his venomous insect naturally died with him. Spiritual energy plus 562422, plus 513,652. Ziyue's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Xiao Qianbai alone increased his spiritual energy by 1 million. It was huge. From this, it could be seen that the venomous insect, Dao, was indeed unique. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This Gu God sect has been passed down for thousands of years. They have already transferred most of the elite disciples with potential, especially the current sect master of the Gu God sect, Miao Dingjin's son, Miao Yongquan, has already escaped. In the main hall of the Gu God sect, Venerable Fengxia said with some reluctance, "It's enough. After this battle, the Gu God sect is completely finished. At least for a few hundred years, they won't be able to do anything. Next, we just need to issue a kill order, and the cultivators in the world will find their traces for us and completely cut off their inheritance." Immortal Yu Shu waved her hand. She was very satisfied with the results of this battle. At least they had completely destroyed the Gu God sect, the archenemy of the Juhua Celestial Palace. Even if there were fish that escaped the net, without the nourishment of the Gu God sect's spiritual vein and countless cultivation resources, they would be unable to do anything. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Ziyue and said with a slight sigh, "This time, we really have to thank Kunlun, fellow cultivator." Otherwise, just the purple cloud poisonous gas array alone would be enough to give us a headache. We just took what we each needed. However, now that the matter is over, shouldn't Palace Master Yushu fulfill your promise and give me what I need? Ziwa slowly shook his head and said, "Of course, there's no problem." Immortal Yushu quickly nodded. She flipped her hand, and an ancient jade slip appeared in her hand. She said, "This is the map of the locations of the acupoints recorded in the Jiuhua Celestial Palace. There are a total of 11 acupoints, and they are all recorded in this jade slip." Chapter 406. It's a pity that the Gu God sect's most precious treasure, the Gu God Cauldron, the Gungjin, One Chi Sword, and many other precious cultivation methods and secret skills were all taken away by Miao Yongquan. Then, Immortal Yushu sighed regretfully and took out another storage bag. He handed it over and said, "Inside the storage bag are all kinds of books on cultivation theory and cultivation experience related to cultivation methods, spells, and divine abilities that we found in the Gu God sect's Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. Of course, we also found the location map of the Gu God sect. We copied all of them and put them in here." "Thank you, Palace Master Yushu." Ziwa nodded and took it. He was disappointed that he didn't get the Gu God sect's acupoint, but he wasn't surprised. Since the Gu God sect had prepared for the worst and let their new sect master Miao Yongquan escape, they would naturally take away many precious cultivation techniques, acupoints, and Dharma treasures. He was very satisfied with these gains, especially the Gu God sect's acupoint map. "I know that you have contributed a lot in this operation and must be very disappointed that you didn't get the acupoint. To express my apology, this talisman is a substitute talisman that I got by luck in the Astral Wind Canyon. When it's in good condition, it can even block the full attack of a Golden Core Realm perfected cultivator. Although it's been a long time and its spiritual energy has been depleted, it should still have 70% of its power." Reverend Yushu mused for a moment. He clenched his teeth, took out a sealed wooden box, and solemnly said, Perfected Water Spirit and Perfected Phoenix Cloud opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Perfected Yushu. "Oh." Ziwa looked at them with a faint smile. He knew that they were going to thank him. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, I'll accept it. Palace Master, that substitute talisman is a 4th grade inferior talisman. It's extremely precious. You just gave it to him like that?" After Bai Ziwa left, Reverend Fengxia hurriedly looked at Reverend Yushu and said somewhat anxiously, "There are only a few 4th grade inferior talismans in the entire ancient desolate region. Moreover, it's something that can save one's life," Perfected Water Spirit said with a pained expression. "There's a reason why I gave this talisman. Although the substitute talisman has been kept in a sealed spiritual box and its spiritual energy is still intact, it's been around for too long. It's inevitable that its power will be weakened. It's estimated that it's only comparable to a 3rd grade superior talisman. Therefore, its value isn't as exaggerated as you think. Of course, I'm also paying to give this talisman. However, don't forget who we relied on to take down the Gu God sect this time. If we didn't give him enough benefits, he would give up all the benefits of such a huge sect. All of these things are the foundation of a sect. Perfected Yushu explained calmly. However, he's just one person. Whether it's a spirit vein, a spirit field, or an urbane, they all need to be managed before they can be fully utilized. Moreover, if we want to fully digest these gains, we'll also have to pay a price. If the nearby Martial Kingdom and the other celestial sects in the surroundings don't give us enough benefits, there will definitely be problems. Perfected Phoenix Cloud retorted unwillingly. Don't forget, Ziyue comes from the Chaoyang sect. What if he leads the Chaoyang sect into the trap? Perfected Yushu said faintly. Perfected Phoenix Cloud and Perfected Water Spirit were stunned. Then, they all looked at the Palace Master with a look of shame and realization. If that was the case, exchanging a 4th grade inferior talisman for Ziyue's release wasn't a loss. Moreover, Ziyue isn't a fish in a pond. The ancient desolate region is too small and won't be able to trap this huge dragon. What do you think he wants to do by collecting so many acupoints? What he was after was huge. Showing good intentions is the way for a sect to develop in the long run. Perfected Yushu said again. Although I didn't get any remarkable abilities this time, I did get the acupoint maps of the 9 Splendor Immortal Palace and the Goo God sect. This trip wasn't wasted. Not to mention, there's also this substitute talisman. On the flying shuttle, Ziyue sat cross-legged and looked at the yellowed talisman in his hand. It was simple and natural, but it had a unique charm. The arrangement and drawing of the runes inside the talisman seemed to have an indescribable charm that made one's heart tremble. A 4th-grade inferior talisman. Ziyue couldn't help but be shocked. A 4th-grade talisman was a top-grade talisman that could only be made by golden core cultivators. Even though its spiritual energy had been depleted, its value was so high that it was even above that of a remarkable ability. This time, Perfected Yushu had really put in a lot of effort. Although the other party's gains were definitely greater, he didn't feel like he was a loss. At the end of the day, all he did was strike with his palm. He was naturally satisfied that he didn't have to bear the karma or face any possible trouble with a single palm strike in exchange for such great benefits. After carefully putting away the substitute talisman, Ziyue's gaze fell on the acupoint map. In the 9 Splendor Immortal Palace, there are a total of 1,211 acupoints recorded on the acupoint map, and 1,132 acupoints recorded in the Goo God sect. I didn't expect that the 2 great immortal technique sects didn't manage to collect all 1,296 acupoints. Ziyue took out the jade slips and checked them one by one. He was slightly surprised. Comparing the number of acupoints collected by the 2 great sects to the number of acupoints I've collected. As expected, as the number of acupoints I've collected increases, it's difficult for me to increase it further. This is because there are too many acupoints that overlap. After some comparison, the number of acupoints I collected only increased to 1,269, which is only an increase of 25 acupoints compared to before. Ziyue took a deep breath, and a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. I'm still short of 27 acupoints. Let's take it slow. I've only visited 2 of the 7 great immortal technique sections. I don't believe that I can't collect all the acupoints after visiting the remaining 5 sections. Ziyue calmed himself down. He was not disappointed. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Then, he looked at the attribute panel. Spiritual energy, 642-5628. Upon seeing this, Ziyue could not help but smile. 42 million spiritual energy was not much. At least, it was not much for him who still had a huge gap in spiritual energy. However, it was enough for him to improve his strength again. Previously, during the battle in the ancient desolate city, his greatest regret was that his attack power was not enough. Even after using spiritual energy to improve the divine obliteration light to the greater mastery stage, he was still not satisfied with the attack power. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to break through spiritual master Su San's defensive divine ability several times when he attacked it. He would not have wasted time and attracted the pursuit of spiritual master Tianhe. Under the circumstances where the disciples of the Celestial Spirit sect had not completely left, he did not dare to let his guard down. Therefore, he turned his attention to the divine light of obliteration. Spend 399, 63, 72 spiritual energy to improve the divine obliteration light from the greater mastery stage to the perfection stage. Upgrade. Without any hesitation, Ziyue chose to upgrade it. In an instant, a wave of understanding about the divine obliteration light flowed in his heart. It was as if he had gone through 4,000 days and nights, more than 10 years of focused and continuous practice. Soon, he had completely mastered the divine obliteration light. The divine obliteration light has reached the perfection stage. A carefree feeling quickly arose in his heart. He stretched out his hand and pointed slightly. Almost instantly, a ball of destructive and desolate aura appeared in his hand. Under the crushing pressure of the terrifying aura, even though it was under his control and did not dissipate, the power that it emitted had already caused the surrounding air to tremble violently, as if it was about to be twisted and torn apart. Looking at it with the naked eye, the ball of divine light seemed to be born to devour all light waves, making people's minds, divine senses, and even divine thoughts involuntarily sink into it. Then, they would be quickly torn apart, destroyed, and devoured. Estimated that if an ordinary person, or even a martial artist or a cultivator, as long as they had not reached the aperture enlightening realm, just by looking at this ball of divine light, their minds would be destroyed and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. The perfection stage of the divine obliteration light is so powerful that it is definitely stronger than the full-strength attack of spiritual master Jineng, who is at the peak of the middle stage of the divine realm. It is also not weaker than the attack of the floating warship. It is definitely at the level of the full-strength attack of a late-stage divine realm cultivator. Ziyue's eyes lit up, and he could not help but feel excited. Compared with before, the power of his attack at this time was more than twice as strong. If I use this divine obliteration light to attack spiritual master Su San's defensive divine sense again, it is estimated that it will only take one hit to smash it and blast him into pieces. Even if my speed is really limited by his air-frozen bead, if I encounter spiritual master Tianhe at the late stage of the divine realm again with my current strength, I will still have the power to fight back. Ziyue already had a certain amount of confidence in his heart. Spend 1,200,000 points of soul power to ignite 20 acupoints. Ignite! Seeing that he still had more than 2,400,000 points of soul power, Ziyue did not hesitate to ignite the acupoints again. In his opinion, it was enough to reserve 1,000,000 points of soul power for emergencies. Of course, it was more practical to use the remaining soul power to enhance his strength. Suddenly, the number of acupoints that Ziyue had ignited increased from 1,080 to 1,100, and his soul power was left with 1,220,000 points. His strength increased again. Chapter 407. Buzz. Suddenly, Ziyue's storage bag vibrated and a golden light shot out. It was the 1,000-mile voice transmission talisman. Ziyue raised his eyes and tapped it lightly. Buzz. A voice was heard from within. "Seeing your help." Huang Qiulong had been riding a wave of success recently. Ever since he relied on the Kunlun Taoist, the Huang family, a small cultivator clan that was on the verge of destruction, had turned around and become an influential force in the entire Tianyuan market. Even though he was not strong and was only in the early stage of the aperture opening realm, no one dared to show him any disrespect, be it the three major cultivator clans of Tianyuan market or the many powerful dragons. As a result, the Huang family's various businesses became more and more prosperous. With all kinds of resources, 2 early-stage aperture opening realm itinerant cultivators agreed to join the Huang family as guest elders. However, all of this changed significantly 5 days ago. The alchemists, talisman masters, and weapon refiners who had originally agreed to work with the Huang family all cut ties with them on the same day. The 2 guest elders who had just joined the Huang family suddenly left without saying goodbye. The Huang family's most important business, the golden bamboo forest, was attacked by locusts and suffered heavy losses. All kinds of crises came one after another. If that was all, Huang Qiulong would not have panicked. The success of the auction and the subsequent impact were enough for the Huang family to earn a lot and support them for several years. Even though he knew that the other party's actions were ultimately for the sake of the Kunlun Taoist behind him. In his heart, he did want to endure it by himself, for no other reason than the Kunlun Taoists helped the Huang family in the past, until he received news that his daughter, Huang Qingya, had been kidnapped. Huang Qiulong was completely flustered and finally realized that he could not withstand the enemy who dared to attack Ziyue. Therefore, in desperation, he finally took out the 1,000-mile voice transmission talisman that Ziyue had left behind and sent a message. Senior, help. It seems that the Celestial Spirits sect has not given up. However, thinking about it, the disciples of the Celestial Spirits sect were extremely arrogant. They had always called themselves God's favored ones and looked down on any cultivators in the ancient barren region. This time, he suffered such a huge loss at my hands. Naturally, he won't be willing to endure it and will want to take revenge. When Ziwe heard Huang Qiulong's cry for help through the 1,000-mile sound-transmitting charm, he guessed that it must have something to do with the Celestial Spirits sect disciples. After all, with the combat strength he had displayed in the ancient Desolation City, he was regarded as the #1 expert in the ancient Desolation region by countless people. Ordinary forces, even the 7 major celestial sects, would not dare to offend him. I originally didn't want to cause trouble, and I only hoped to be able to cultivate steadily, grow step by step, and experience an even vaster world. I yearned for peaceful days as well. However, it just so happens that there are some people who would attack me time and time again. Furthermore, they would even harm the innocent, forcing me to fight back. Ziwe was a little irritated and angry. He didn't have any deep feelings for the Huang family. He was only willing to help them because he wanted to use them to distribute his spoils of war. He didn't expect them to do a good job. As a result, their cooperation deepened, and the Huang family had always relied on him as a backer. This time, the Celestial Spirits sect couldn't find him, so they used the Huang family to lure him out. In Ziyue's opinion, it wasn't a smart move at all, although it might be an act of helplessness. However, it was impossible for him to be willing to put himself in a dangerous situation for the Huang family. If it was within his power, he might help. However, when it was a matter of life and death, he could only choose to retreat and protect himself. This was also his way of survival. Although it was satisfying to be reckless, there would always be a time when he was in danger, and that was the path to death. However, that was in the past when he thought that he was not strong enough. Now, compared to the battle in the ancient Desolation region, his strength had changed drastically. Naturally, the confidence in his heart was completely different. If that's the case, then let me meet your Celestial Spirit sect disciples again. I'll also use this opportunity to measure my strength. A cold light flashed in Ziyue's eyes. Then, he stretched out his hand and put away the flying shuttle. Then, he stretched out his body and took a step forward, shrinking Earth into inches. Whoosh! He quickly appeared 100 feet away. Compared to the flying shuttle, the speed of his Earth-shrinking technique was naturally faster. After one step, another step. As Ziyue's body flew past, his face gradually changed into a completely unfamiliar appearance. When his face changed completely, his figure gradually became blurry. When he took the third step, he seemed to have suddenly disappeared with a swoosh, disappearing rapidly, changing his appearance. Invisibility technique. Although Ziyue was willing to help, he definitely wouldn't choose to go in with great fanfare. Naturally, he had to be fully prepared. The relationship between the hunter and the prey was never static. It was hard to say who was the hunter and who was the prey. This time, will the Kunlun Taoist really come? I don't know. This person is actually very mysterious. Not only the outside world has limited knowledge about him, but even very few people in the Chaiyang sect know about him. Therefore, based on his style of doing things, no one knows whether he will appear for the father and daughter of the Huang family. But other than that, we have no other way to find him or lure him out. Ordinary tracking and searching methods are no longer effective for a powerful person like him, who has a clear divine sense. Therefore, we can only wait. Wait for another 5 days. After 5 days, no matter whether there's a result or not, we have to retreat. Although revenge is important, we can't delay our return to the sect. Now, it won't be long before the astral wind in the astral wind canyon blows again. In a building 80 miles away from the Tianyuan market, several practitioners sat opposite each other. In addition to immortal Jin Hung and immortal Su San, there were 4 divine realm experts. 2 of them had strong and ethereal auras, which came from the same source as immortal Jin Hung and the others. Obviously, They were also disciples of the celestial spirit sect. Moreover, their immortal techniques were also at the intermediate divine realm. The other two were relatively reserved. One of them had long hair, which was half an inch long, and was dressed like a Nanman Kingdom cultivator. The other had long and narrow eyes, and the tip of his nose was like a hook. He was an eagle-nosed old Taoist. 5 days is not a long time, but I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy. The eagle-nosed old Taoist turned around and said hesitantly, "The higher the realm of an immortal technique cultivator, the stronger they were. They would often have a sudden impulse and sense danger. Therefore, when he sensed this, he already had the intention to retreat." "Are you afraid?" Immortal Su San sneered. "Yes, a little." The eagle-nosed old Taoist admitted honestly and did not defend himself. "If you want to board our warship and go to the outer realm, you have to take such a risk. Do you think we will agree to withdraw now?" Immortal Su San said coldly. If Immortal Jin Hung and the others were willing to attack Yue because of their dignity as disciples of the celestial spirit sect, and they did not want to be humiliated by a cultivator from small place and then have to return with their tails between their legs, then he only had a deep hatred for Ziyue. The other party had captured him and attacked him alone, making him beg for mercy and break down in despair. Even now, when he thought of the humiliation, he still felt waves of heat and incomparable shame. It was unforgettable. Now, it had even become an obsession of his. If he did not kill the other party, this obsession would evolve into a mental obstacle, which would affect his cultivation. Therefore, to a certain extent, his desire to kill Ziyue was even greater than that of Hua Wensheng. He would not allow anyone to stop him. Ziyue's strength is indeed very strong. His speed is much faster than ours, and even his attack power is not much weaker than that of an intermediate divine realm cultivator. Even I have no confidence in defeating him in a one-on-one battle. However, it's different this time. I have borrowed the air-frozen bead from Martial Uncle Tian He, and together with the ground-binding golden light, a binding divine sense mastered by senior brother Zhao Bin, we can restrain his speed. Without the advantage of speed, Ziyue's strength is only that of an ordinary intermediate divine realm cultivator. He is not a threat at all. Moreover, Martial Uncle Tian, he also hates Ziyue very much. How do you know that he will be willing to let Ziyue go? Therefore, you don't have to worry at all. This time, Ziyue will be fine if he doesn't show up. Once he shows up, he will definitely die. Immortal Jin Hung glanced at Huang Ting and said, "I was asked to do what I was asked to do. Since that's the case, I have nothing to say." Huang Ting's face twitched. Even though he was still a little worried, he had to nod helplessly and agree at this time. This time, if Junior Brother Hao Yu and Junior Brother Hua had not died, you would not have the opportunity to take our warship to the firmament territory. You should know how to be grateful. Immortal Su San snorted discontentedly and said with disdain. One day later, Ziyue's figure appeared in Tianyuan Market. With the invisibility skill and the spirit-concealing robe on his body, he could hide very well. Even divine realm experts would not be able to detect his trace if they did not pay attention to him deliberately. Therefore, he did not disturb anyone at all and came to the Huang family's golden bamboo sword mill with ease. He did not directly reveal himself to meet Huang Xiaolong. Instead, he used a magic art in his mind. Big hole observation technique. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery, the strength of each cultivator, their position, their movements. Nothing could be hidden from his eyes. Sure enough, someone is monitoring the golden bamboo sword mill. In just a moment, Ziyue found something. Chapter 408. Under the effect of the large hole observation technique, everything within a radius of 10,000 meters could be seen clearly in his eyes. It was as if he had the eye of God. He could see many things that could not be seen with the naked eye. Bai Ziyue remained calm and collected, but he had already discovered a total of 5 watchers. One of them was the manager of the Golden Bamboo sword mill. It's really tight. Other than the manager of the Golden Bamboo sword mill, 3 of the 5 Watchers are at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, and 1 is at the early stage of the Aperture enlightening realm. They're separated from each other, so it's obvious that once I show up, it won't take long for the mastermind to hear about it. Ziyue also paid attention to Huang Qiulong's appearance. After confirming that he was not in cahoots with the mastermind, he began to take action. His body flashed, and he disappeared. A cultivator stood at the corner of the street and quietly glanced at the golden bamboo sword mill. Suddenly, he felt his vision blur. Then, he saw a chain turn into a rainbow and quickly bound him. He couldn't even make a sound before he lost the ability to resist. A cultivator sitting in a tea house was leisurely tasting tea leaves. He squinted his eyes and looked around the street. Just as he was about to pick up the tea leaves to continue tasting, a chain had already pierced through the air and bound him. Ziyue's attack was extremely fast. Only a few Qi refinement realm cultivators could do nothing in front of him. Then there was the 3rd and the 4th. The 4th was the early stage of the Aperture enlightening realm cultivator. He was obviously more vigilant. When he noticed that one of his companions had suddenly disappeared, he was shocked and took out a talisman without hesitation. "Are you sure you want to activate it?" By Ziyue's indifferent voice was heard all of a sudden, and his figure appeared 2 meters away in front of him. In his hand, he was holding a long, immortal binding rope that completely sealed the other 3. Not only did it seal their spiritual energy, but it also prevented them from making a sound. That person's expression changed. When he met Ziyue's cold gaze, his heart trembled, and he was extremely frightened. He immediately gave up resisting and put down the sound transmission talisman in his hand. He was afraid of death and did not have the slightest confidence that he could activate the voice transmission talisman in front of him, the strongest person in the ancient desolate region. The immortal binding chains shook slightly, directly binding him and sealing him. After that, Ziyue's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. All of this happened too quickly. It was as if there was no sound at all. Even though the entire street was bustling with noise and excitement, and there were a lot of people on the street, no one was able to notice what had happened. The faint fluctuations of spiritual energy only made them feel a little puzzled. They would never have guessed that someone would kidnap 4 cultivators in broad daylight, including an Aperture awakening cultivator. "Tell me, who is the person behind you?" A voice suddenly sounded from the 2nd floor of the Golden Bamboo Sword Workshop. Huang Qiulong, who was a little anxious and worried but was powerless to do anything, was suddenly startled. Then, his face lit up with excitement and surprise. "Senior, since you're here, I knew you wouldn't abandon us." Huang Qiulong suddenly turned around and said excitedly. As long as he saw Ziyue, he instantly felt relieved. He knew that no matter what happened, Ziyue would be able to help them with Ziyue's ability. Beside Huang Qiulong, there was a steward who had been observing Huang Qiulong without batting an eyelid. He was also shocked when he saw Ziyue, who had suddenly appeared in front of them, and the 4 people on the immortal binding rope in by Ziyue's hands. The steward's pupils immediately shrank, and some fear flashed in his eyes. "Who is the person behind you?" Ziyue smiled faintly and looked straight at the steward. "Senior," Huang Qiulong was a little confused, but his gaze also fell on the steward beside him. "Master, The steward was shocked and sweated profusely. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that his voice was dry and hoarse, as if a huge walnut was stuck in his throat. "Don't lie in front of me. You should know the methods of cultivators." Ziyue continued. Huang Qiulong's face was pale, and his heart was trembling. After a while, he said in a daze, "It's the Kong family. The Kong family's patriarch, Kong Youfa." "What?" Huang Qiulong looked at the steward in front of him in disbelief. His face was extremely ugly. He did not expect that the person who had followed him for more than 10 years and trusted the most would betray him. "What about you?" Ziyue's hand shook and untied the immortal binding chains. He looked at the other 4 people. "This is Li Jin from the Li family and Zhou Lang from the Zhou family. The 3 great cultivator families of Tianyuan City are all involved." Huang Qiulong was after all an Aperture enlightening realm cultivator, so he quickly calmed himself down. However, when he saw the four people in front of him, his expression changed. As he spoke, his heart sank, even though he knew that things might not be that simple. However, when he saw that the people from the three great immortal cultivation clans were participating, his expression turned extremely ugly. It was also at this moment that he realized that the difference in level between them and Ziyue was too great. Any wave that came crashing down was not something that the small Huang family could withstand. It was laughable that he had thought that he could take it head-on. The fact that he was not drowned in the first place was already because the others were wary of Ziyue and did not dare to fight to the death. At this moment, Ziyue also asked for some information from the few people. Suddenly, a thoughtful look flashed across his face. He had thought that he would have to go through some twists and turns before he could get specific information. He did not expect them to reveal everything so easily. It seemed that his reputation was becoming more and more well-known. Of course, it could also be because the person behind the scenes had allowed them to do as they pleased. After all, the Celestial Spirit's sect disciples wanted to deal with him. Luring him out was only the first step. The real goal was to surround and kill him. If they could not find the place, wouldn't everything be for naught? However, a sudden arrival and a prepared welcome are two completely different things. Ziyue thought to himself. His gaze fell on Huang Qiulong. He said, "I'll leave these people to you. Make sure that no news gets out for at least an hour." Yes, this concerned the life and death of his daughter. Huang Qiulong did not dare to have the slightest carelessness. He quickly agreed. Nodding, Ziyue's figure flashed slightly and disappeared instantly. Since the Celestial Spirit sect decided to attack me again this time, they must be fully prepared. In the eyes of others, my biggest advantage is speed. Once my speed is reduced, my actual combat strength should only be equivalent to the strength of an ordinary middle-stage aperture and lightning realm practitioner. So, just in case, the Celestial Spirit sect must have a means to directly limit my speed. Is it the air-frozen pearl of the sky river, Taoist? Or the earth-binding golden light of senior brother Zhao Ben that Sage Hua Wenxing spoke of? Or both? Under the invisibility spell, Ziyue disappeared without a trace in the void. In fact, he was rushing toward a certain destination at an extremely fast speed. He was very clear about his advantages and disadvantages. Since the battle was about to begin, he naturally had to think carefully and analyze the possible situations and dangers that might arise. Once I lose my advantage in speed, I will be in a very passive situation. Even if they don't know that my silent divine light has been perfected and my strength has greatly increased, and my attack has actually reached the second level of the late-stage divine realm, it is still not safe. Because this time, the Celestial Spirit sect will definitely strike like a thunderbolt. Ziyue pondered silently, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Immortal Tianhe, Immortal Jinheng, Immortal Su San, especially Immortal Tianhe, who is at the late-stage divine realm, is very powerful. So, I have to completely explode my advantage at the first moment. I have to approach them at an extremely fast speed, and then use a heavy blow to kill Immortal Tianhe, who is the strongest and has mastered the air-frozen pearl. Only in this way can I frighten my enemies and deal with them calmly. Ziyue knew that the biggest threat to him was Immortal Tianhe, so naturally, he had to eliminate him as soon as possible. In addition, there was another Immortal Zhao Ben who had mastered the binding divine sense. He believed that Immortal Zhao Ben would definitely appear at the scene. Although he could not determine his opponent's appearance, he could only rely on his intuition in a battle, which was constantly changing. Fortunately, they don't know that I have quietly arrived, which is also one of my advantages. Ziyue thought to himself and began to silently prepare a way to deal with the enemy. Soon, a mountain appeared in front of him. His eyes flashed, and with a big hole skill, he saw through the simple formation on the mountain in an instant. Then his eyes fell on a group of buildings on the mountain. This was actually the residence of a group of bandits near Tianyuan Market. The bandits' strength was actually not weak. They were at the middle stage of the aperture opening realm, and they had 2 late-stage Xiantian realm warriors as their subordinates. Together with a group of warriors and practitioners, they were rampant for a time. They were the ones who kidnapped Huang Qingya, and it was very likely that the disciples of the Celestial Spirit sect were hiding in the bandits' lair. Ziyue did not cause any fluctuation in the formation at all and directly entered it. Almost immediately, he sensed the position and the strength of each practitioner and warrior in the bandits' lair. If not for the fact that my art of great insight had reached the consummate level, allowing me to perceive the aura of others and the glow of treasures, it would have been difficult for me to notice their concealment. The aura of divine realm experts. 6? Only 6? That's right. Quality is more important than quantity. 4 strong and 2 weak? It seems that 4 of them are at the middle stage of the divine realm, and 2 of them are at the early stage of the divine realm. Is Immortal Tianhe not here? Why are they so arrogant? Ziyue sensed the aura of divine realm experts in the mountain and frowned. He was a little confused, but also a little surprised. Without Immortal Tianhe, who was at the late stage of the divine realm, he was more confident in this trip. Chapter 409. Among the 6 of them, 3 of them have a familiar aura. They should be Reverend Jin Heng, Reverend Su San, and Reverend Tu Tian. Therefore, Reverend Zhao Guang, who mastered the binding ability, could only be one of the other 3. Among the remaining 3, 2 of them are at the God Realm middle stage, and 1 is at the God Realm early stage. The aura of the God Realm early stage is obviously more chaotic. He's definitely not a disciple of the Celestial Spirit sect. Bai Ziyue muttered to himself as he cautiously approached him without making a sound. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. Something's not right. At this moment, Huang Ting, old Taoist, suddenly stood up with a pale face. Once again, he felt uneasy, as if a great disaster was about to befall him. Have I been discovered? Ziyue's expression changed. His gaze hardened as he executed the earth-shrinking technique without hesitation and took a step forward. Swoosh! He quickly appeared within 3,000 feet of the other cultivators. Immediately after, he executed the annihilation divine light that he had prepared beforehand without hesitation. At the same time, a book-like treasure rushed out from his body. The treasure of the Celestial Martial Sect, Zhou Tianyin Magic Mirror. The moment the Zhou Tianyin Magic Mirror rushed out, the pages of the book flipped rapidly. A total of 12 pages were flipped. Then, another spiritual light that was filled with destruction, death, and silence shot out. Annihilation Divine Light. This was the special ability of the Divine Light of Obliteration that Bai Ziyue had deliberately sealed with the help of the Zhou Tianyin Spell Mirror Sealing Spell and could activate it again. However, although the Zhou Tianyin Magic Mirror was mysterious and powerful, its grade was still not high enough. But after all, the quality of the weapon itself wasn't high. It was only a supreme grade spirit weapon. Even though it had been refined by the immortal martial sect for countless years, and its grade was a level higher than ordinary supreme grade spirit weapons, the might of Bai Ziyue's divine annihilation ray, which had been upgraded to the perfection stage, was still a little too terrifying. 12 pages of golden paper were barely enough to contain this divine ability. Even so, the Zhou Tianyin Magic Mirror was still under great pressure, causing irreparable damage. Ziyue estimated that at the very most, this ultimate treasure of the immortal martial sect would not be able to withstand the pressure and would be completely destroyed, losing its use. The 2 beams of annihilation divine light turned into 2 sharp beams of light and rushed toward the 2 middle stage divine realm cultivators with strange auras in the main hall at the same time. Not good. Damn it. How dare you, in the courtyard. Immortal Jin Heng and the others, who were already vigilant because of Huang Ting, spread out their divine sense almost immediately, and then quickly found Ziyue's traces. Without any hesitation, they spread out and attacked without hesitation. Whoosh! The sword radiance shot out rapidly from the sky. Chi! Chi, Chi. The artifacts swept across the sky and headed straight for Ziyue. However, before that, Ziyue's two rays of annihilation divine light had already reached the two middle stage divine realm cultivators. This attack, so strong. The two men's faces changed dramatically at the same time, and they were shocked. As their respective defensive spirit lights rose, they also unleashed their own attacks one after another. A bronze mirror shone slightly and shot out a ball of green light. A ball of golden light quickly rose from the ground and wrapped around the divine light of annihilation like golden silk satin. It was a binding ability, earth-binding golden light. However, how powerful was Ziyue's annihilation divine light that had been upgraded to the perfect level? It had already surpassed the full-force attack of a middle-stage divine realm cultivator and had completely advanced to the level of a late-stage divine realm cultivator. The green light emitted by the bronze mirror collided with the annihilation divine light, but it did not shake it at all. It was dispersed by the annihilation divine light. The remaining power of the annihilation divine light was not reduced at all, and it hit the man's body fiercely. Puff! He did not even have time to scream, and his life aura had completely disappeared. He was dead. On the other side, the earth-binding golden light was also a divine sense, and its power was not weak in his hands. In normal battles, it could bind almost everything. Not only could it bind the enemy's body, but it could also bind the enemy's magic treasures, magic arts, and divine sense. The golden light swept out and quickly wrapped around the annihilation divine light. However, the power of the divine light of annihilation was too strong, and its destructive aura was incomparably tyrannical. In an instant, it tore apart the golden light of the earth-binding golden light. Then, without slowing down, it quickly rushed towards Reverend Zhao Ben. Puff! I blocked it. Reverend Zhao Guan looked at the low-grade magic treasure that had been melted into slag, and there was only a thin layer of protective spiritual light left on his body. Reverend Zhao Guan's face was filled with incomparable joy. There was still lingering fear in his heart. He had survived a disaster. He clearly felt the power of Ziyue's attack, which was not weaker than Martial Uncle Tianhe's attack. The death of his junior brother made his scalp tingle, who said that Ziyue's speed was amazing, but his actual attack power was weak, who said that as long as his speed was limited, it would be foolproof. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with a burst of anger, and he could not help but glare angrily at junior brother soon not far away. Back then, it was because of his persuasion that he participated in this siege. But soon, he happened to hear the other party's cry of alarm. "Senior brother, be careful." He was instantly aghast and turned his head, just in time to see countless sword lights, accompanied by a violent sound of piercing through the sky, blasting toward him. Clang! 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 Chi chi chi. He was instantly drowned in the sword lights. At this moment, it was Ziyue who made his move. The moment the earth-binding golden light appeared, Ziyue's eyes flashed with a bright light, completely confirming who the senior brother Zhao Guan, that Reverend Hua Wenxing spoke of, was. Without any hesitation, he directly stretched out his hand and activated the sword-storing gourd at his waist. Following that, countless sword rays soared into the sky and shot out in all directions. The terrifying aura was fierce and fierce, even exceeding the limit of the sword-storing gourd, causing it to shatter into pieces. However, Ziyue had achieved his goal. Reverend Zhao Guan, who had barely managed to resist the terrifying attack of the divine silencing light, was quickly penetrated by the countless sword rays before he could react. Spiritual energy plus 684,562. Reverend Zhao Guan had fallen. How is this possible? His strength has improved again? If he had such a powerful attack last time, how could we still be alive? Reverend Su San and Reverend Tu Lao were terrified. They did not expect Ziyue's attack to be so much stronger than before. With continuous attacks, the two middle-stage divine realm cultivators on their side were killed instantly. At this moment, even Reverend Su San, who hated Ziyue to the core, could not help but feel a sense of panic. Why did he attack again and provoke this monster? Killing 2 middle-stage God Realm cultivators in the first place was a glorious achievement. Ziyue could not help but feel relieved and a sense of relief. I'll definitely win. Since Reverend Tianhe, who had the air-frozen bead, and Reverend Zhao Guan, who had mastered the binding divine ability, had fallen, Ziyue was confident that he would win. With the advantage of his speed, he was already in an invincible position, not to mention that his attack was much stronger than before. Reverend Jin Hung roared and activated an oval-shaped, transparent bead. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the area within 1,000 meters of the air-frozen bead was in a state of absolute stillness, and no wind or clouds could move within it. Ziyue took a step forward. Under the special effect of the air-frozen bead, his speed was several times slower than before, as if there was a natural pulling force that prevented him from moving forward. Oh no! Ziyue's face fell. He did not expect that the air-frozen bead was in the hands of Reverend Jin Hung. Go to hell. Reverend Jin Heng's eyes were cold. He quickly activated the 7-star Holy Sword Divine ability with his natal magic treasure and turned it into dots of starlight shooting out. Great! Reverend Su San was overjoyed. Facing Ziyue, who was invincible in speed, they had no confidence at all. One should know that even Reverend Tianhe could not catch up with him and could not even hit him. How could they dare to say that they would win? Now that his speed was restricted, even though he was still very fast, it was not so hopeless. He finally felt a glimmer of hope. Hope of victory. He hurriedly threw out his 2 magic treasures, the jade bottle and the calligraphy painting at the same time. The jade bottle shook slightly and immediately bloomed rays of dark light, like sunshine. It was the tricolored light of mystic purity, which was comparable to a divine ability. The tricolored light of mystic purity was extremely fast and rushed to Ziyue's front. At the same time, the word kill in the calligraphy painting shot up to the sky, covering the sky and the sun, and quickly enveloped the front. On the other side, Reverend Huang Ting and Reverend Tu Tian, who were originally hesitating whether to escape or not, gritted their teeth and also launched their attacks. Oomph! Ziyue's face did not change. A golden cauldron rushed out and floated above his head. Then, balls of orange-yellow chi of Mother Earth descended and shrouded him. At the same time, he struck out with his palm. Great immortal martial handprint. Rumble. It quickly turned into a huge palm shield and blocked all the attacks one by one. Even though it was torn apart quickly, it had already helped to share some of the pressure on Ziyue. Then a black divine saber slashed out, a flying sword shot out, a ruler flashed, and a pagoda floated up and down. Mystic water divine saber, law avoidance divine sword, god beating ruler, demon subduing pagoda. At this moment, Ziyue used all his strength and used all his magic treasures. The heavenly cycle origin energy in his body poured out like a torrent and was then quickly replenished by his soul energy. Using so many magic treasures at the same time was also a great pressure on Ziyue's divine sense. At this moment, under the unknowingly evolving, his divine sense, which had already reached its limit, underwent some kind of special evolution and seemed to be transforming. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.